What happens when the human mind completely detaches from morality? Over the next 4 hours, we analyze the patterns, the mistakes, and the terrifying logic behind the crimes that haunted entire cities for decades. From predators who stalked the shadows to those who left a trail of evidence. Evidence is so gruesome, they defied explanation. These aren't just stories. They are the chilling reality of history's most twisted minds. Tonight, we bring you 9 of the most complex, disturbing, and cold-blooded cases ever documented on this channel. Settle in. Let's begin. The most dangerous person in any room is not always the stranger. Sometimes it is the man who became a friend, a man who got close enough to his targets and then killed them. On November 8th, 2005, a tall, gaunt man with thinning black hair walked through the front doors of the Monroe County Public Safety Building in Rochester, New York. He had no appointment. He approached the front desk and told the receptionist he needed to speak to a homicide detective. She asked him why. He said he had just killed someone. Just 4 days ago, this man killed a female friend of his. The woman was his neighbor. But before her, 3 people had died at his hand, and for 15 years, nobody connected those deaths to the same man. Robert Bruce Bahalski did not hunt strangers. He moved through the lives of people who knew his face, his name, and had no reason to fear him. And that is what made him so dangerous. That is what made him so hard to find. Every case has a victim. Every victim has a name. And somewhere between the two, something went wrong. Rochester, New York in 1990, is not a suburb that woke up one morning and discovered it was not safe. Rochester already knew what it was. A post-industrial city that had been losing factories and people for decades. Lake Avenue runs north toward the water, and the people who live along it live working lives. They know their neighbors and mind their business. This city had already lived through Arthur Shawcross. Between 1988 and 1989, Shawcross killed 11 women in Rochester and its surrounding areas. Most of his victims were women who worked the streets. The city buried them, and just like any other city, they moved on. Robert Spahalski arrived 1 year after Shawcross was caught. He came from Attica Correctional Facility, released in February 1989 after a conviction for attempted burglary. Robert moved to Lake Avenue and settled in. And within 2 years, Rochester had another monster walking its streets. One nobody would identify for 15 years. If you knew the guy, Robert Spahalski in Rochester in 1990, you knew him as a fixture. Tall, gaunt, always somewhere around Lake Avenue. He had been in and out of the system since he was 16. First arrested for driving a stolen car, then arson, criminal trespass, burglary, more burglary. He had served 4 prison sentences before he ever killed anyone. Attica was not his first facility, and it was not his first loss of years. Robert was born in 1955 in Elmira, New York. Identical twin of a man named Stephen, which matters a lot to this case, but not yet. Robert Spahalski is a man in his mid-30s with a record and a crack cocaine habit and a way of moving through the streets that suggested he had always lived slightly outside the margins of things. He ran a male escort service. He hustled, knew people and people knew him. He was not invisible. He was present, familiar, a face that registered without raising alarm. He had been out of Attica for less than 2 years when the killing began. Nobody thought to look on him. Robert Bruce Bahalski did not go looking for strangers. He targeted the people already inside his life. And on the night of December 31st, 1990, he began. His first victim lived directly across the street from his own apartment. Maureen Armstrong was 24 years old, living at 509 Lake Avenue in Rochester, New York. A young woman in her own apartment on New Year's Eve, which means she had plans, or she was making plans, or she was simply existing in the ordinary way that 24-year-olds exist on the last night of the year. The apartment was directly across the street from where Robert Spahalski lived. He had access to her space. He had a presence in that neighborhood. What happened on the night of December 31st, 1990 was truly monstrous. Robert wrapped electrical cords around Maureen's neck. He strangled her to death using multiple cords. She was found wearing just one sock. That detail, one sock, is not presented here for effect. It is presented because it is the image of a person interrupted. Not mid-task, mid-evening, midlife. The second sock was somewhere in that apartment, waiting for her to put it on, and she never did. The following morning, investigators began canvassing Lake Avenue. A tall, gaunt man crossed the street for number 512 and introduced himself to investigator Tony Campione. He said his name was Robert Spahalski. He said he did not know the victim. He had killed her the night before. Adrienne Berger was his next victim. She was 35 years old. She was his girlfriend. Those two facts together are the full subject of her portrait, because nothing about Adrienne Berger's death can be understood without first understanding what it cost her to trust him. She trusted him. She let him into her life and into her home and onto her couch. That is what trust looks like, a really strong relationship. And on July 21st, 1991, 7 months after killing his first victim, Robert Spahalski was sitting on that couch with Adrienne Berger, and something shifted inside him. He described it himself in his 2005 confession, with the flat precision of a man who had been carrying the words for 14 years. I don't know why this happened. It's a mental problem I have. I started choking Adrienne. I put my hands around her neck and squeezed. Her body was discovered not by an investigator, not by a welfare check, not by a neighbor who noticed something wrong. It was discovered by smell. By the time anyone thought to look, Adrienne Berger had been dead long enough that the apartment announced it. Investigators questioned Spahalski because of the relationship. He was the obvious person to question. They questioned him, and they released him because what they had was not enough to hold him, and the case went cold. That didn't stop Robert Bruce Spahalski. Charles Grande, a 40-year-old businessman. October 2nd, 1991. He was in Rochester, invited Robert Spahalski for an affair. After getting what he wanted from Robert, Spahalski struck from behind with a hammer. A single blow from behind. The method of a man who does not announce himself, who does not give the person he is about to kill a chance to turn around. Charles Grande died without seeing it coming. He was the only male victim. He was the only one killed from behind. He was the only one killed with a weapon brought to the scene. After the killing, Spahalski took Charles's car. When police stopped him in a routine traffic check, he told them his name was Charles Grande. He was charged with criminal impersonation. He was acquitted. The murder sat in a file for 14 years. Unsolved, unconnected to the Armstrong or Berger cases. Robert Spahalski struck Charles Grande from behind with a hammer. 19 years earlier, his identical twin brother Stephen had killed a man in the exact same way, in a different city, with no knowledge of what Robert would one day do. Born in Elmira, New York, The two boys had one face, the same hands, the same laugh, the same dirt roads growing up. Robert and Stephen Spahalski were identical twins. Same DNA, same home, same start. They have the same everything that school colleges couldn't differentiate. They were known, in the years before everything went wrong, as gifted gymnasts. That detail sits in the record, and this video does not use it to suggest innocence or promise. It uses it only to establish that these were real boys who became real men, and that what happened next was not inevitable, because nothing about it was inevitable. In 1971, Stephen Spahalski was 17 years old. He approached a man named Ronald Ripley, who was 48 years old, in Elmira Heights, on a stairway. He came from behind, struck him over the head with a hammer. Then he stabbed him to death. When caught, Stephen confessed quickly. He did not make investigators work for it. He told them what he had done, and he accepted the consequences. He was convicted and sentenced to 12 to 25 years. Robert was initially a suspect in Ripley's murder. The reason is not complicated. They were identical twins. Same face, same DNA. Before Stephen confessed, investigators looked at both brothers. Then Stephen confessed, and Robert was cleared. He was a teenager who had not yet harmed anyone. He would not harm anyone for another 19 years. "19 years later, Robert committed 3 murders. 3 people dead, 3 investigations opened, 3 files sitting in offices in Rochester with no single name running through all of them. And then, nothing else. During those 14 years, Robert Spahalski did not leave Rochester. He did not disappear. He remained on the same streets where 2 of his victims had lived, moving through the same neighborhoods, past the same buildings. He entered into a relationship with a woman named Christine Gonzalez in 1991. The same year he killed Adrian Berger and Charles Grande, and that relationship lasted until 2005. What ordinary life looked like for a man who had killed 3 people and walked free is something the record only partially answers. He got up in the morning. He had a partner. He had a routine. He had days that passed without violence in them. The city moved around him. The 3 families of the people he had killed moved through their grief, waiting for answers that were sitting in cold files, unconnected to each other, unconnected to the man who had caused them. The families of Moraine Armstrong, Adrian Berger, and Charles Grande did not know to look for the same man. Rochester did not know to look for the same man. 3 separate units, 3 separate investigations, no mechanism to surface the connection. Was he stopping himself, or was he waiting? On November 4th, 2005, 14 years later, Vivian Irizarry, 54 years old, was killed by Robert. She lives at 202 Spencer Street in Rochester. She and Robert Spahalski are close friends, neighbors in the way that real neighbors are, people who know each other's names, who share time, who are part of each other's ordinary days. That word, friend, belongs to her portrait, and this video will not let it go easily. They were using crack cocaine together that night. At some point in the hours that followed, something broke open in Spahalski's perception of the world. He later told investigators that he saw Vivian Irizarry transform into a demon, that she became something that was not human, something that needed to be stopped. He was in a hallucinatory state, and he beat her, and then he strangled her, and she died in a back room in the basement of 202 Spencer Street. In the 4 days that followed, Spahalski lived in the same building as what he had done. He tried to kill himself with pills. When that did not work, he was left with a choice he apparently could not live with unmade. On November 8th, he got up. He walked to the Monroe County Public Safety Building. He went through the door. Vivian Irizarry is the reason the other 3 cases were finally closed. She is the reason Maureen Armstrong's family received an answer in 2005 instead of never. She is the reason Adrian Berger's name is attached to a confession and not just a cold file. She is the reason Charles Grande's murder is solved. When Robert Spahalski walked into the Monroe County Public Safety Building on the morning of November 8, 2005, the receptionist did what receptionists do. She asked him why he needed a homicide detective. He told her he had just killed someone. She made a call. The detective who came was Glenn Weathers, who already knew Spahalski's face from prior encounters over the years. Weathers led him to an interview room. Spahalski told him he was claustrophobic. They moved to a conference room. Spahalski sat at the end of the table, the far end, with space on all sides. And before anything else was said, he looked at the detective and said, "Thank you for not putting handcuffs on me." That was how that afternoon began. Over the course of the next several hours, Robert Spahalski confessed to 4 murders. He described each one. He described Maureen Armstrong and the cords in crossing the street the next morning. He described Adrian Berger and the couch in his own hands. He described Charles Grande and the hammer and driving away in a dead man's car. He described Vivian Irizarry and the basement and the 4 days that followed. He signed statements. He consented to searches. He did not require his attorney to be present for any of it. At one point he said, "I'm guilty. I just want to get this over with." He also told investigators he believed he had a fatal illness and wanted to settle his affairs before he died. He also told them he had tried to take his own life with pills before coming in, and that when the pills did not work, he came in instead. And he said, carefully, with what appeared to be genuine feeling, that he did not want to be called a serial killer, that each killing had been different, that each one had its own reason, that he was not that kind of man. Three murders, 13 months, 3 separate investigations, 3 separate case files, 3 separate units working cases that had one person in common and no infrastructure to surface that connection. This is not an indictment of individual investigators. The men and women who worked the Armstrong case, the Berger case, the Grande case were doing their jobs with what they had. The failure here is not personal. It is structural. The investigative architecture of Rochester at that time was not built to cross-reference cases of this kind across separate units. There was no mechanism to look at 3 deaths in one neighborhood in 13 months and ask whether the same person was responsible. No system to surface the pattern. No flag that triggered a review. Maureen Armstrong was 24 years old, and she deserved a system that would find her killer. Adrian Berger was 35 years old, and she deserved a system that would connect her death to the investigation that had come 7 months before it. Charles Grande was 40 years old, and his murderer drove away in his car and told a police officer he was someone else and was acquitted of criminal impersonation, and still nobody connected his name to the other 2. For 14 years, 3 families waited. Not because investigators stopped caring, because the system was not built to see what was right in front of it. That is the argument. It does not need to be made again. Robert Spahalski was convicted of second-degree murder in the deaths of Maureen Armstrong, Adrian Berger, Charles Grande, and Vivian Irizarry. He is serving his sentence in the New York State prison system. Before sentencing, he said again that he did not want to be called a serial killer. Rochester, New York is still there. Lake Avenue is still there. The Monroe County Public Safety Building is still there. And somewhere inside it is a conference room with a long table and chairs and the specific quality of fluorescent light that belongs to rooms where serious things happen. That is the room where 4 cases were closed in a single afternoon by a man who had spent 15 years waiting for someone to come for him. And when no one came for himself. If you made it this far, you already know why this channel exists. Not for shock value, not for the monster's story, for the names. Hit the notification bell, because there are more cases, more files, more families still waiting. And the forgotten deserve to be remembered. On April 24th, 2006 on Thompson Crescent in Medicine Hat, Alberta, a 6-year-old boy walks up the driveway of his neighbor's house. He has come to ask his friend Tyler to come outside and play. He knocks on the door. Nobody answers. He looks through the window and then ran away out of the house. He ran to find his mother, and his mother called the police immediately after listening. What police find inside the Richardson home is 3 bodies. Mark Richardson, 42 years old, Deborah Richardson, 48 years old, and upstairs, 8 years old Tyler Jacob Richardson in his bedroom. But one is missing. A member of the Richardson family, 12 years old, Jasmine Richardson, the only daughter, and a beloved sister. Police fear she has been taken, so a missing persons report goes out immediately. They find her the next day, 80 miles away, in a truck with a 23-year-old man named Jeremy Steinke. They found her computer, then they found out she wasn't taken by force. This case does not get easier the more you know about it. It gets harder. Every detail you are about to hear is documented. Every failure you are about to see was preventable. 3 people are dead because of those failures that were left unprevented. And the least we can do is walk through them honestly. Before any of this happened, there was a family that had already survived something. Mark Richardson and Deborah Doolin did not come to their life on Thompson Crescent easily. Both of them had struggled with addiction in their younger years. The kind of struggle that leaves marks, that costs you versions of yourself you cannot get back, that forces you at some point to look honestly at what you are becoming and decide whether that is the person you intend to be. Both of them made that decision. Both of them chose differently. And both of them built, out of that choice, something that most people who knew them would describe simply as a good family in a quiet city, which is one of the harder things to build and one of the easiest things to take for granted until it is gone. They settled in Medicine Hat, a city of 60,000 people on the South Saskatchewan River, where the streets are wide enough that children ride bikes between houses and the neighbors know each other's names. Mark found steady work. Deborah made a home out of the house on Thompson Crescent. They were present for their children in the particular way that people who have already lost themselves once tend to be present. Not perfectly, but deliberately, with a full understanding of what it had cost to get there and what it would cost to throw it away. They had 2 children, Jasmine, who was 12 by the spring of 2006, and Tyler. Tyler Jacob Richardson was 8 years old. He had a bedroom at the end of the hall upstairs, and a 6-year-old friend next door who came and knocked on his door on Saturday mornings to ask him to come outside. He was at the age where the world is still entirely safe, where the most pressing question of any given morning is which direction to ride your bike, and where home is not yet a concept you have to think about, because it is simply the place that has always been there, warm and constant, at the end of every afternoon. He had parents who came home. He had a street he knew. He was 8 years old, and he was exactly where 8-year-old boys are supposed to be. The Richardson home was not a perfect home, because no home is, but it was a stable one, built carefully out of years that had not always been stable, and by 2005 it had the particular quality of a life that has been chosen. Not inherited, not assumed, but actively decided on by 2 people who understood the alternative. Mark and Deborah were not the versions of themselves they had been in their 20s. There was something harder one than that. Jasmine was 12 and moving through the world the way 12-year-olds do. With intensity, with the particular restlessness of a teenager in a mid-sized city where everything feels slightly too small, with the need to find a community that understood her in a way her family did not yet know she was looking for. She found an online platform. In 2006, the internet was a different place, not because it was more dangerous, but because nobody had yet built the systems to understand how dangerous it could be. VampireFreaks.com was a social networking platform for the goth and alternative subculture. It had forums, profiles, messaging. It was the place that community gathered online. It had no age verification. A 12-year-old could create a profile listing any age she wanted. Nobody checked. Nobody was required to. Jasmine Richardson created a profile on Vampire Freaks. Her username was XKillerKittyX. She listed her age as 15. So she met a 23-year-old man with username Soul Eater. This man made public posts on the platform stating that he liked to kill people. Those posts were visible to anyone who visited his profile. Nobody reported them. Nobody flagged them. The platform had no mechanism to act on them. Mark and Deborah did not know about the platform. They did not know what was being built inside their daughter's screen, while the rest of the family moved through the ordinary rhythms of a Tuesday evening. Dinner, homework, Tyler, the lights going off one room at a time. The home on Thompson Crescent was still intact that January evening, but it would not remain intact for much longer. In January 2006, Jasmine Richardson attended a punk rock show in Medicine Hat. Soul Eater was there. His name is Jeremy Steinke. Steinke was known in the Medicine Hat alternative scene. He claimed publicly to be a 300-year-old werewolf. He wore a vial of blood around his neck. He was known, by the people around him, for offering younger members of the scene drugs and alcohol to spend time with him. So after meeting Jasmine, the two started a relationship. His acquaintances knew what he was. They told him that the relationship was wrong, that she was too young and he needed to end it. They told him this directly and repeatedly. Steinke later claimed he did not know Jasmine's real age. His acquaintances contradict that claim. That is the relationship that began in January 2006. That is what it was from the first moment. The relationship kept developing as Jasmine's parents come to realize. They saw an 11-year age gap between their 12-year-old daughter and a 23-year-old man, and they did what parents are supposed to do. They forbade it. They told Jasmine she was not to see Steinke. They confiscated her computer. They cut off her internet access. When she found ways around the restrictions, they confiscated her devices again. Their recognition of the danger is documented. Their response to it is documented. They did not dismiss or minimize it. They named it correctly and they acted on it correctly, and they used everything available to them. Jasmine continued communicating with Steinke in secret, through friends' devices, through access she found when her parents weren't watching. The connection that had been established through a platform with no parental visibility and no oversight was not severed by the time Mark and Deborah found out about it. It had already taken root. Mark and Deborah Richardson were not negligent parents. They were parents who did the right things inside a system that had already allowed the wrong thing to happen, before they ever knew it was happening. The messages between Jasmine and Steinke escalated over the months that followed. In documented communications that became part of the evidentiary record, Steinke wrote, "I have this plan. It begins with me killing them and ends with me living with you." Jasmine responded, "Okay, just make sure they're dead." She was 12 years old when she wrote that. He was 23 when he wrote his part. Both of those facts are true simultaneously. The video does not resolve them. They sit there together, the way they sat in the evidentiary record, the way they sat in front of the jury. The planning did not stay private. In the days before April 23rd, Steinke posted publicly on Vampire Freaks, referencing plans to do bad stuff to Jack's rents that weekend. The post was visible to other users. Nobody reported it to police. Nobody called anyone. Jasmine told friends she was planning to kill her family. The friends did not take her seriously. Nobody reported it. On the evening of April 23rd, 2006, hours before he went to Thompson Crescent, Steinke and a group of friends watched Natural Born Killers, a film about a young couple who commit murders together. He told the people in that room what he and Jasmine were going to do that night. Every piece of this was visible. The post, the conversations, the film, and what he said during it. The people who knew were not strangers. They were his friends, his acquaintances, people who had already told him the relationship was wrong. They knew. They did not act. Steinke arrived at the Richardson home on the night of April 23rd, 2006. He was wearing a neoprene mask. He was carrying a knife. He did not knock. He entered the basement. Deborah Richardson was there. What happened next was over quickly. The way violence is always over quickly, which is part of what makes it so difficult to absorb afterward. She did not have time to call for help. She did not have time to reach the phone. She was 48 years old, and she had already correctly identified the man who killed her as dangerous, had already tried to stop him from having access to her family, had already done everything a person can do. None of it was enough for what came through the basement door that night. Mark Richardson heard something. He came downstairs. He had a screwdriver in his hand. Whatever he could find, whatever was closest, the instinct of a man who heard his wife in danger and did not stop to calculate the odds. Trial records indicate he fought back. He was stabbed multiple times. He died in the basement of his own home, fighting for his family with everything he had. Then Steinke went upstairs. Tyler Jacob Richardson was in his bedroom. He was 8 years old. He was in his bed, the way children are at night, in the home that had always been safe, in the room at the end of the hall that was his and had always been his. He was killed there. After it was done, Jasmine and Steinke left the house on Thompson Crescent. They went to a party nearby. Witnesses saw them there together. Witnesses saw them kissing. The Richardson family was still inside the house. The morning of April 24th, 2006 began the way Saturday mornings always began. Quiet, with the particular stillness of a residential street that has not yet decided what kind of day it is going to be. A 6-year-old boy from next door pulled on his shoes and walked up the driveway of the Richardson home, the way he had done on other mornings, the way children do when they have a friend nearby and the day stretches out ahead of them with nothing in it yet. He had come to ask Tyler Richardson to come outside and play. He knocked on the front door and waited. Nobody answered. He knocked again. The house was quiet in a way that felt different from simply being empty. He moved to the window and looked through the glass into the interior of the home his friend lived in. What he saw sent him running back to his mother. His mother called the Medicine Hat Police Service. Inspector Brent Secondiak arrived at the scene and approached the property. He moved to the basement window and looked through it. On the floor of the basement, visible through the glass, was a body. He called immediately for backup. Officers entered the Richardson home on Thompson Crescent and found what the morning had been hiding behind its quiet exterior. Mark Richardson, Deborah Richardson, Tyler Jacob Richardson. All three were dead inside the home they had built together. Jasmine was not there. There was no sign of her anywhere in the house. No indication of where she had gone or what had happened to her. Police immediately opened a missing persons investigation and treated her as a victim. A search went out across Medicine Hat and the surrounding area. They found her the following day, April 25th, 2006, approximately 80 miles away in the small town of Leader, Saskatchewan. She was in a truck registered to a 23-year-old man named Jeremy Steinke. She was alive and unharmed. When investigators returned to the Richardson home and began the careful work of documenting what had happened there, they also searched Jasmine's bedroom. What they found on her devices did not look like the evidence of a kidnapping. It did not look like the belongings of a girl who had been taken against her will. What it looked like, what the messages, the communications, the documented exchanges between a 12-year-old girl and a 23-year-old man made undeniably clear, was a plan that had been built over months, in writing, with specificity, between two people who had agreed on what was going to happen to the Richardson family long before April 23, 2006. The investigation changed shape immediately. Both Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Steinke were taken into custody. Steinke did not wait long before he began talking. He confessed to investigators in detail about what he had done inside the Richardson home on the night of April 23rd. Before formal charges had even been laid, he had also confessed to an undercover police officer who had been placed in contact with him, describing the events of that night in terms that left no ambiguity about his role in what had happened, or his awareness of what he had done. Jasmine was formally charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. She was 12 years old. The charges named her father, her mother, and her 8-year-old brother, the 3 people who had lived with her in the house on Thompson Crescent, who had built a life around her, who had tried in the final months before April 23rd to protect her from the man she had been planning with. The trials were straightforward in one respect and impossible in another. Jeremy Steinke was tried as an adult, convicted on all 3 counts of first-degree murder, and sentenced on December 15, 2008 to 3 concurrent life sentences with no possibility of parole for 25 years. He is currently serving that sentence under a different name. The law dealt with him in the clearest terms available to it. Jasmine's trial was the harder one, not because the evidence was unclear, but because nothing about trying a 12-year-old for the deaths of her own family is ever going to feel settled when it is over. She was referred to throughout as JR. Her defense argued that everything she had said and planned had been the words of a child lost inside a fantasy that a predatory adult had constructed around her. The jury heard that argument. They heard the messages. They heard what she wrote and what she agreed to and what she did. They deliberated, and they convicted her on all 3 counts. Jasmine Richardson became the youngest person in Canadian history convicted of multiple first-degree murder charges. She received the maximum sentence available under the Youth Criminal Justice Act and served it in full. She is living under a new identity. She was released in 2016. At her sentencing, the presiding judge told her that he believed her parents and her brother would be proud of the person she had become during her time in custody. What that sentence means, whether it is true, whether it can be true, whether it should be said at all, is the question this case leaves in the room when everything else has been decided. Shadow verdict does not answer it. The justice system answered what it could. What remains is the part no verdict touches. The part that lives in the gap between a 12-year-old girl who was targeted by a predatory adult and a 12-year-old girl who wrote, "Just make sure they're dead." Both of those things happened. Both of them are in the record. Both of them will be in the record forever. What shadow verdict insists on is this: that question, as real and as unresolvable as it is, does not get to be the last word on the Richardson family. The last word belongs to the people who lived on Thompson Crescent, to the man who ran downstairs with a screwdriver, to the woman who had already seen it coming and tried to stop it, to the boy with the bedroom at the end of the hall. The question belongs in this case. Their names belong louder. 3 systems failed the Richardson family. The first was the platform. Vampire Freaks had no age verification in 2006. A 12-year-old could present as 15. A 23-year-old man with public posts about wanting to kill people could have an active, visible profile. The relationship between Jasmine and Steinke formed inside a system that had no mechanism to prevent it. No flag, no alert, no parental notification, no way for Mark or Deborah to see what was happening on a platform their daughter was using. The internet in 2006 was built for connection. It was not built for protection. The Richardson family paid for that gap. The second was the community. Steinke's predatory behavior was not hidden. His acquaintances knew the relationship was wrong and told him so. His vampire freaks posts were public and visible. He told people at the show where he met Jasmine what he was. He told people the week before the murders what he was going to do. He said it in a room while a film played. Multiple people in his circle knew. Not one of them called anyone. There is no legal requirement to report a threat you hear at a house party. There is also no Richardson family left on Thompson Crescent. The third was the gap. Mark and Deborah Richardson did everything that was available to them. They identified the threat, intervened, confiscated devices, cut off access, and tried to close every door they could see. What they could not close was the door that had already been opened before they knew it existed. The platform, the messaging, the relationship that had rooted itself while they were still unaware. The gap between what a parent can do and what institutional systems exist to support them is not Mark and Deborah's failure. It is a structural failure that this case exposed with devastating clarity and that has still not been fully addressed. The forgotten deserve to be remembered. If you enjoyed this video, tap the like button, share it with someone that you want to watch. Subscribe to Shadow Verdict. New cases every week. Somewhere on American Interstate right now, a truck is moving. 40 tons of steel, a legal load, a licensed driver with every document in order. The kind of rig you've passed 100 times without a second thought, without a reason to look twice, without any instinct that something could be wrong. In 1990, an Arizona state trooper pulled a truck over on a quiet stretch of highway. It was supposed to be a routine stop, just another check on, just another truck. But what he found inside that cab had been 15 years in the making. A hidden compartment the driver had built himself. Chains, restraints, equipment that had no business existing inside any vehicle on any road. And inside the cab sits a woman, naked, handcuffed and screaming. She was alive and the trooper got her out, so she went home that night. But before her, there were people who never heard that knock on the door, who never felt the cuffs come off, who never had someone on the other side of that door. 3 of them were known. Regina, Ricky, Candace. They are not just evidence or exhibits. They are people who got into that truck on an ordinary day on an ordinary road and never came back out the way they went in. Before we go any further, wherever you are in the world tonight, drop a comment and let us know where you're watching from. It means more than you know to understand that people from all over are sitting with these stories, making sure these names don't get forgotten. Pasadena, Texas, a suburb southeast of Houston where the refineries sit on the horizon and the streets look like every other street in every other working-class neighborhood in America. That's where Regina K. Walters grew up. Born May 5th, 1975, those who knew her described a girl who was bright, curious, and restless. The kind of restless that belongs to people who feel the walls of their circumstances more sharply than others around them. 2 older siblings, a mother whose apartment in Pasadena was home, a life that was, by all accounts, ordinary in the way most lives are ordinary, imperfect, complicated, and entirely hers. She liked to babysit for a family in the neighborhood, reliable enough that they gave her a key. 14 years old, trusted with a key, trusted with someone else's children. A girl building a reputation, a girl people counted on. What does it mean that we remember so little about who she was counting on? The night of February 3rd, 1990, Regina didn't come home. Her mother noticed because Regina always came home, or called. That was the pattern, the understood agreement between them. When the key wasn't returned, when the call didn't come, her mother filed a missing persons report. She hadn't vanished. She had left. The distinction mattered enormously to how the world responded, and it shouldn't have. The night before, on Saturday, March 2nd, Regina had met a young man named Ricky Lee Jones at a local hangout near her mother's apartment complex. An immediate liking, a promise to meet again the following evening. The following evening came. Ricky came back, and somewhere in the space between those two nights, a plan formed. The kind of plan that forms when you're 14 and in love, and the world feels both too small and too dangerous to stay in. They were going to hitchhike to Mexico. Ricky had relatives there. A new start, somewhere no one could complicate things. On the night of March 3rd, 1990, Regina K. Walters walked out of her mother's apartment in a London fog coat. Ricky was beside her. Everything she thought she needed was with her. That coat turned up later, not on her, in someone else's possession. That detail would take investigators years to fully understand. She was 14 years old. She had a laugh people still remember. She had a key she forgot to return. How many 14-year-olds have walked out a door towards something they thought was freedom and been failed by every system that should have caught them before anything bad could happen? Indianapolis, Indiana. That's where he started. His parents divorced in 1977. Growing up, he and his siblings had been removed from their home by Child Protective Services, a boys' shelter for some of those years. Eventually Texas, Jacinto City, by 1990. A few brushes with the law along the way, the kind that follow young men who grow up without stable ground under them. Probation for auto theft when he met Regina. None of that is who he was. It is only what happened to him. His friends described him as meek, quiet, the kind of person who moved through the world without wanting to take up too much space in it. He hadn't known Regina was only 14 when they met. When he found out, according to people who knew him, it didn't change how he felt. Completely in love with her. The decision to run wasn't his alone. Regina insisted on going with him. She wouldn't let him leave without her. Think about that for a moment. An 18-year-old carrying more than most people his age, and a 14-year-old girl who saw something in him worth following across state lines. Whatever their circumstances, whatever the complications, they had found each other. That is not nothing. That is, in fact, everything. Why does every account of this case reduce Ricky Lee Jones to a footnote? His body wasn't found for over a year. On March 3rd, 1991, exactly 1 year to the day after he and Regina left Pasadena together, Ricky's remains turned up in a deep ditch approximately 20 feet from Highway 59 in Lamar County, Mississippi. Shot in the head, left without identification, without anything to connect him to the person who had refused to leave him behind. Logged as a John Doe. For 17 years, Ricky Lee Jones existed in a database as a John Doe, not a victim, not a person with a name and a history and a girl who had chosen him. In 2008, DNA taken from his remains matched to his mother. The Doe Network announced his identification that July. 18 years after he died, someone said his name out loud officially. The same system that failed Regina also failed Ricky, more quietly, more completely, and with far less documentation. No trial, no formal charge, no courtroom where his name appeared on any indictment. Robert Ben Rhodes was never prosecuted for what happened to Ricky Lee Jones, because by the time his remains carried a name, the evidence needed to build a case had long since been swallowed by time in a ditch on a Mississippi highway. Ricky Jones grew up without stable ground. He found Regina and decided that was enough of a reason to try for something better. He never made it past that truck. What does it say about the way we tell these stories that his name still doesn't ring a bell the way hers does? Seattle, Washington, November 1989. Patricia Candace Walsh, Candy, to the people who loved her, had married Douglas Scott Zagzowski and was 23 years old. Outgoing and free-spirited, her brother would later say. A dedicated believer who shared her faith with anyone who would listen, not as a performance, but because it was simply who she was. Members of the Everyday Church, an evangelical congregation in Seattle that no longer exists, Candy and Douglas made a decision in November 1989 that was entirely consistent with who they both were. They were going to hitchhike from Seattle to Georgia to attend a religious convention. No car, no identification, just faith that the road would provide, that the people they encountered would be the people they were meant to meet. Her brother didn't even know the plan until she called him from Georgia in December 1989. His sister's voice, excited, alive, calling from across the country to say they had made it. The faith had held, the road had been kind. That was the last time he heard her voice. The journey back to Seattle began. Somewhere near El Paso, Texas. Heading home, they accepted a ride. Douglas Scott Zagzowski was 26 years old. Born November 19, 1963, he had graduated from John F. Kennedy Memorial High School in Burien, Washington. His parents loved him enough that when he went missing, they got in their car and drove the country looking for him, following highways, chasing leads, refusing to accept that silence meant the same thing as gone. His body turned up January 21st, 1990, on the side of Interstate 10 West in Sutton County, Texas, approximately 30 miles east of Ozona, midway between San Antonio and El Paso. Beaten, shot 3 times in the head. A passing trucker later came forward to say he had seen a man matching Rhodes' description assaulting a man matching Douglas's description behind a van near that stretch of road. A girl in hippie-style clothing stood nearby. That trucker saw something, kept driving. Douglas's body came into the system in January, not identified until May 1992, because someone had entered the information on his missing persons report incorrectly into a computer. An error, a clerical error that handed his family 2 additional years of not knowing. Candy's remains turned up October 26, 1990, found by deer hunters. An isolated, mountainous area near Interstate 15 in Millard County, Utah. Shot 4 times in the head and neck. Her braided hair draped over her shoulder. No clothing, no jewelry, nothing belonging to her remained at the scene. For 13 years, she was Jane Doe, not Candy Walsh, not the free-spirited woman her brother loved, not the believer who hitchhiked across the country on faith and called home from Georgia to say she'd made it. Jane Doe, a set of remains in a file. In May 2003, forensic scientists from the University of Arizona identified her through dental records and DNA testing. Her remains went back to King County, Washington, to be buried alongside her husband. Together, finally, in the ground they should never have been put in. She left Seattle with nothing but faith. She called her brother from Georgia to say the road had been kind. How do you tell a family that the road they trusted with someone they loved was being hunted at the same time? By the time anyone began to understand what moved through the American highway system, 3 people from 2 separate incidents were already dead. Ricky Jones in a ditch in Mississippi. Douglas Zagzowski on the shoulder of Interstate 10 in Texas. Candy Walsh on a ridge in Utah, unnamed, unfiled, waiting for deer hunters to find her in autumn. Regina K. Walters was still alive. For weeks after March 3, 1990, Regina had vanished into the category the system kept for certain kinds of missing. Teenage runaway, left by choice, low urgency. Her mother had filed the report. The machinery had noted it. The machinery had not moved. Somewhere on the American interstate, a truck kept driving. 2 phone calls came through to Regina's father. The number was unlisted, the kind of number a stranger should not have been able to access. The first call traced back to Oklahoma City. The second to Ennis, Texas. Both times the same voice. Calm, deliberate. The caller said he had cut Regina's hair. Said she was in a barn loft. Regina's father asked if she was alive. The line went dead. A father, a phone in his hand, a dead line. His daughter's name hanging in the air between a call that told him she existed somewhere and a silence that told him nothing else. No address, no barn, no way to know if the next call would come. He had a system that had classified his child as a runaway, and a voice on a payphone that knew things about her that no stranger should have known. Her body came to light on September 29, 1990, when a farmer walked through an abandoned property in Bond County, Illinois, intending to have it burned down before he discovered what was inside. Dental records confirmed her identity. The London fog coat she had been wearing the night she left her mother's apartment turned up later, not at the scene, in someone else's possession, somewhere that took investigators years to reach. At the same time, in a Utah file, in a Mississippi ditch, in a Texas database with a data entry error sitting uncorrected, 3 other people connected to the same truck still waited to be found, named, and counted. Their families kept making calls, filing reports, demanding answers from systems separated by state lines and jurisdictions and databases that didn't speak to each other. Each family working from their own isolated corner of something that was not designed to connect the dots they were all, separately, trying to connect. September 29th, 1990. A farmer finds a body in a barn in Bond County, Illinois. Dental records identify her as Regina K. Walters, 14 years old, missing since March, classified as a runaway. Local authorities in Bond County looked at the evidence and drew the nearest available conclusion. The boyfriend had done it. Ricky Lee Jones, 18, a few run-ins with the law, already absent and unaccounted for, fit the profile they needed to close the question quickly. The FBI disagreed. Brought in to review what had been found in that barn, Special Agent Mark Young worked through the forensic evidence methodically. The nature of the crime, the profile it required. His assessment was direct. The killer was an older man, a traveler, someone with well-developed and specific sexual interests. That profile didn't match an 18-year-old boy from Jacinto City with minor prior offenses. It matched something else entirely, something that required more resources, more coordination, and more willingness to look beyond the nearest available explanation than Bond County had initially offered. Young's assessment was right. The system that should have acted on it moved slowly. Meanwhile, in Millard County, Utah, Candy Walsh remained Jane Doe. In Sutton County, Texas, Douglas Exoski's remains sat unidentified, the computer error ensuring that even when his file existed in the system, the family looking for him couldn't reach it. In a Mississippi ditch, Ricky Jones lay where he'd been left, unknown, unclaimed, unconnected to any of it. For people, for jurisdictions, zero coordination. The families kept calling. Candy's brother in Seattle, Ricky's mother, the Zagzowski parents who had driven the country looking for their son and come home to an empty chair and a phone that didn't ring. Each of them working from their own isolated corner of a system not designed to connect the dots they were all, separately, trying to connect. That is what systemic failure looks like when you strip away the official language. Not a single dramatic moment of negligence. For families, for states, the same calls to the same kinds of offices, the same measured non-answers. Houses where someone's shoes were still by the door and nobody in any government building was treating that as an emergency. What would it have taken for someone to pull those 4 cases into the same room? The answer arrived not in a conference room, not in a federal database, not through any of the mechanisms that should have existed and didn't. It arrived on a desert highway in Arizona. April 1st, 1990. A state trooper named Mike Miller noticed a truck parked on the shoulder with its hazard lights on. No apparent emergency. Routine check. The kind of stop that happens 1,000 times a day on American highways and produces nothing. He approached the cab. He knocked. From inside, a woman's voice, screaming. His name was Robert Ben Rhodes. Born November 22nd, 1945, in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Eventually a long-haul trucker. Interstate routes across the United States. Legitimate employment. Legitimate documentation. Legitimate reason to be on every road in every state at every hour. The truck was a 1985 International cab over. Between the front seats, accessible from the cab, he had converted a section of the sleeper compartment into a hidden space. Handcuffs on the ceiling. Restraints built and placed deliberately, over time, with intent. From the outside, the truck looked like every other rig on the road. How do you build a system that allows a vehicle to cross 48 states for 15 years with a torture chamber hidden inside it, and never once look? The answer is not complicated. His victims were predominantly hitchhikers, runaways, people traveling without fixed itineraries and without the social networks that generate immediate, urgent, well-resourced responses when they disappear. People the system had already decided were less worth looking for. The highway didn't hide him. The highway's indifference to certain kinds of people did. He told a captive woman on April 1st, 1990 that he had been doing this since 1975, 15 years, across the full geography of the American interstate system, through way stations, past highway patrol, alongside millions of ordinary travelers who had no reason to look twice. FBI analysts later took his trucking logs, the ones that could be recovered, and cross-referenced the locations, dates, and times against reported disappearances and bodies found along his routes. What emerged wasn't a theory. It was a map. People went missing in the places where he drove. Bodies appeared in the places where he had been. The correlation held across years, across state lines, across the full geography of the American interstate system. The number the FBI arrived at exceeded 50. 50 separate lives that were traveling somewhere. 50 people who accepted a ride, or broke down on a highway, or made one decision on one ordinary day that put them in proximity to a truck that looked exactly like every other truck on the road. 50 families who filed reports, or didn't, or couldn't, or were told their person had probably just moved on. 3 of those 50 had names spoken in a courtroom. The highway kept the rest. Trooper Miller approached a truck with its hazard lights on at the side of an Arizona highway. He heard a woman screaming from inside. Naked, handcuffed, wearing a horse bridle. Rhodes tried to explain it as a private matter. Miller arrested him. In the search that followed, of the truck and later of Rhodes' apartment, photographs turned up. A 14-year-old girl, a woman whose remains were decomposing in Utah. The 15 years ended on a highway in Arizona on April Fool's Day, 1990. But the case that ended that day was only the beginning of what the families of Regina, Ricky, Candace, and Douglas were about to have to endure. April 1st, 1990. Rhodes in handcuffs. A woman rescued from inside the truck. The immediate charges, aggravated assault, sexual assault, unlawful imprisonment, were Arizona charges handled by Arizona authorities in Arizona courts. The photographs in his apartment came later, during the search that followed. A teenage girl, a woman on film, 2 images that connected a man in Arizona custody to bodies in Illinois and Utah, in a ditch in Mississippi, but only if the right people from the right jurisdictions were in the same room at the same time, looking at the same evidence. Detective Rick Barnhart made the connection. The arresting detective who followed the case beyond the immediate Arizona charges, who noticed the Houston connection, who looked at the pattern. His work is the reason the photographs in the apartment linked to Regina K. Walters. His work is the reason the case moved at all, but it moved slowly. Jurisdictional transfer, extradition, the grinding machinery of a system not designed for crimes that crossed 8, 10, 12 state lines. Regina's body had been found in September 1990. Dental records confirmed her identity. The London fog coat, the coat she had been wearing the night she left her mother's apartment, turned up in Rhodes' possession. The evidence existed. The connection existed. The conviction came in 1994. For years. That is how long the machinery took to move from a coat in an apartment to a verdict in a courtroom. For years of Regina's family carrying what the dental records had already told them, waiting for the law to say out loud what the evidence had made undeniable. Life without parole. Illinois, 1994. While that case was building, Candy Walsh remained Jane Doe in a Utah file. Her family in Seattle knew she was gone. They just didn't know where or how, or whether the law would ever reach the man responsible. Douglas Zagzowski had come into the system with a name by 1992, 2 years after his body was found on an Interstate 10 shoulder, the identification delayed by a data entry error that no one had caught. His parents had driven the country looking for him. The country had mistyped his name into a database and lost him twice. Ricky Jones was still in a Mississippi ditch, still a John Doe, still waiting. Utah indicted Rhodes in 2005, 15 years after Candy's remains turned up on that ridge. 13 years after her name came back through dental records and DNA. Capital murder charges. The case moved toward a courtroom. Then the families asked for it to stop. They didn't want to testify twice. 2 states, 2 proceedings, 2 separate courtrooms where they would have to sit in the front row and relive the same loss in front of the same man who had caused it. The charges dropped in 2006. Rhodes went back to Illinois. Texas took him next. In 2012, 22 years after Douglas Exoski's body turned up on a Texas highway, and 11 years after Candy's name finally came back from a forensic lab, Robert Ben Rhodes stood in a Texas courtroom and pleaded guilty to both of their murders. 2 more life sentences, 22 years after the highway took them. The families finally got a verdict. They had asked, in the process of getting it, not to be made to testify twice. That request, the specific exhaustion embedded in it, the particular cruelty of a system that would have required them to relive the same thing in 2 different states, is its own kind of documented failure. Justice arrived. The cost of getting there was paid entirely by the people who had already lost the most. Ricky Lee Jones was never part of any of those proceedings. Rhodes confessed to killing him. Confessions, without corroborating evidence sufficient to support a charge, are not enough. The law has rules. The rules protected Rhodes from accountability for Ricky's death more completely than they ever protected Ricky on that highway. His family got his name back in 2008. They never got a courtroom. What does it mean to be the victim the law couldn't reach? Life without parole. 3 times. Robert Ben Rhodes sits today in the maximum security Menard Correctional Center in Chester, Illinois. Since 1994, he will die there. The law reached him. The law held for 3 victims. Steve Smith, first assistant for the 112th District Attorney's Office in Texas, stood in the courtroom when Rhodes entered his 2012 guilty plea for the murders of Candace Walsh and Douglas Exoski. A prosecutor since 1979, Smith told ABC News that walking into that room was one of the rare moments in his career where he felt something he struggled to name. The hairs on his arm stood up. Candy Walsh's brother had described her as a free-spirited believer who would share her faith with anyone who would listen. Douglas's parents had driven the country looking for him. In a Texas courtroom in 2012, the guilty plea arrived, 22 years after Candy called her brother from Georgia and said the road had been kind. In 2006, the families of Candace Walsh and Douglas Exoski asked Utah to drop the charges against the man who had killed them. They cannot face 2 courtrooms. They had already paid everything the grief required. They cannot be asked to pay it twice, in 2 different states, in front of the same man. The charges dropped. Rhodes went back to Illinois. Not a failure of the law. A cost borne entirely by the people who had already lost the most. Because 3 life sentences don't address the FBI's analysis of Rhodes' trucking logs, a pattern of disappearances and bodies suggesting a victim count exceeding 50 people. 50. Most of them women. Most of them hitchhikers, travelers, people moving through the American highway system without the documentation and social infrastructure that generates urgent responses when they vanish. For those families, the ones who never got a detective connecting dots, never got a photograph found in an apartment, never got a courtroom, the guilty pleas in Illinois and Texas were news stories. Not verdicts, not answers. How many families sat with a newspaper in 2012, reading about a guilty plea, and understood it to be about someone they loved, without anyone in the legal system ever telling them directly? The highway holds its silence. The trucking logs suggest names that were never spoken in any courtroom. The suspected 50 remain suspected, unconfirmed, unresolved, their families carrying the specific weight of a loss that the legal system has never officially acknowledged. 3 names got verdicts. The highway kept the rest. For families, for jurisdictions, 1 man driving across 48 states for 15 years. Someone entered Douglas Exoski's missing persons report incorrectly into a computer. 2 additional years of his parents not knowing their son had been found. For separate state investigations, ran in parallel with no mechanism to connect them. Victims profiled in ways that reduced the urgency of the search before the search had properly begun. A highway system that moved hundreds of thousands of trucks without any standardized framework for flagging the movement patterns of suspected predators. Ricky Jones is the sharpest edge of all of it. He grew up in the child welfare system, minor record, traveling without documentation in the company of a 14-year-old girl. Every structural factor that shapes how the system responds to a missing person worked against him from the moment he disappeared. The Mississippi ditch held him for a year. The John Doe file held him for 17 more. No law has been named after Ricky Lee Jones. The National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime at FBI headquarters in Quantico eventually analyzed roads, trucking logs, and documented the correlation between his routes and a pattern of disappearances. That analysis came after his arrest, after the bodies, after the families had already spent years in waiting rooms and on phone calls and in front of computers searching databases that weren't designed to give them back what they had lost. The analysis confirmed what the families already knew. Something had been moving through the system for 15 years. The system had not been built to see it coming. What would it have taken to build it differently? Not in hindsight, but in 1979, in 1983, in 1987, when the pattern was already being written into the landscape of the American highway. The Everyday Church in Seattle, where Candy Walsh and Douglas Exoski worshipped, is permanently closed. The Pasadena neighborhood where Regina grew up has changed. The barn in Bond County, Illinois, where a farmer found a 14-year-old girl's body, still stands on a property that most people driving past on Interstate 70 will never think about twice. The highway is still moving. Trucks still wave through way stations without anyone checking what's inside. The databases are better now, more connected, more capable of pattern recognition across jurisdictions. Better is not the same as fixed, and fixed would not undo what was lost. It would not give Ricky Jones back his name any sooner. It would not bring Candy Walsh's voice back to her brother's phone. It would not return a London fog coat to the girl who wore it out the door on the night of March 3, 1990. Douglas Scott Zagzowski, born November 19, 1963, 26 years old. His parents got in their car and drove the country searching for him before they knew he was gone. Patricia Candace Walsh, born December 18, 1966, 23 years old. She called her brother from Georgia and said the faith had held. Free-spirited, a believer who shared what she loved with anyone who would listen. Her braided hair draped over her shoulder when deer hunters found her on a ridge in Utah. And for 13 years she was still Jane Doe. And in 2003 a forensic lab gave her name back and sent her home to Seattle to be buried beside her husband. Together, as they had been on that highway. Ricky Lee Jones, born in Indianapolis, Indiana, 18 years old, meek, according to his friends, completely in love with a girl he had known for less than 2 days. She insisted on going. He ended up in a ditch on a Mississippi highway, unknown and unclaimed. And for 17 years, the only thing standing between him and permanent anonymity was a database, a DNA sample, and a researcher at the Doe Network who refused to let the file close. His name came back in July 2008. Regina K. Walters, born May 5, 1975, in Harris County, Texas, 14 years old, bright, intelligent, adventurous, the words people who knew her still use. She babysat for a family in her neighborhood. They gave her a key. She forgot to return it the night she left. A London fog coat, found in a killer's apartment, connected her to a truck she had trusted and a road she thought was taking her somewhere better. Her dental records identified her. Her name entered an Illinois courtroom in 1994. Life without parole for the man who took her. It was not enough. It was what the law could give, and it was not enough. These 4 people, Regina, Ricky, Candace, Douglas, represent the confirmed, documented edge of something much larger that the American highway system has never fully accounted for. The FBI's analysis suggests 50 or more victims, 50 or more families who may have never received a phone call, a verdict, A courtroom moment where someone read a name aloud and the law said, this person mattered. In 1939, Britain went to war with Germany. By the time it ended, 384,000 British soldiers were dead. A man named Bob Eggle survived it. He was on the beach at Dunkirk, got on one of the boats, came home to Hertfordshire, and spent the next 30 years building an ordinary life. In 1971, he was 59 years old, managing a storeroom at a small factory in Bovingdon, drinking his tea at his desk every morning the way he always had. In that same post-war England, in 1947, 2 years after the country had buried its dead and started clearing the rubble, a boy was born in North London, surrounded by bomb sites Germany had left behind. He grew up on those streets, and somewhere in that childhood, looking at what Hitler had done to the world, he decided Hitler was his hero. By 14, Graham Young had poisoned his stepmother, his father, his sister, and his school friend. He was sent to Broadmoor, Britain's most secure psychiatric hospital. Before he walked out 9 years later, he told a nurse exactly what he planned to do with his freedom. When I get out, I'm going to kill one person for every year I've spent in this place. They wrote it in his file, but released him anyway. In 1971, Graham Young walked into the factory where Bob Eggle worked and offered to make the tea. What happened next became known as the Bovingdon bug, a mysterious illness that swept through 70 workers and that everyone assumed was a virus. But it was not a virus. It was Graham Young. Graham Frederick Young was born on September 7, 1947, in Neasden, North London, 2 years after a war that had left the streets around him cratered and broken. Those bomb sites were still there when he was old enough to play on them. Roped off gaps in the middle of terraced streets where houses used to stand, the physical memory of what Germany had done to this city pressed into the ground. Rationing was still in force and would not end completely until 1954. The men who had come home from the war were still young enough to be his neighbors, his teachers, the man at the factory who lent you his bus fare on the days you were short. His mother Bessie died of tuberculosis when he was 14 weeks old. His father Fred, a machine setter at Smith's Industries in Cricklewood, could not hold the family together alone. Graham went to live with his Aunt Winnie and her husband Jack in the same neighborhood. His older sister Winifred went to her grandparents. The family was scattered before Graham was old enough to understand what a family was. In 1950, Fred Young met Molly Petley at work and married her. The family came back together, Graham from Aunt Winnie's house, Winifred from her grandparents, and Molly became the person responsible for making that reunion feel like a home. Graham showed visible distress at leaving his aunt, the only mother figure he had known. He adjusted, slowly, into the household on the North Circular Road. He was a solitary boy, disinterested in other children, absorbed in his own world. That world, by the time he was 11 or 12, was poisons and Hitler. The two obsessions fed each other in ways his family and teachers found deeply unsettling, but could not fully articulate. He wore a swastika badge to school at a time when every adult in that building had lived through the war, when the fathers of his classmates had fought in it. He kept photographs of Hitler and other Nazi leaders in his bedroom. He named one of his guinea pigs Adolf. When schoolmates asked why, he told them Hitler was a great man who had been misunderstood. His classmates called him the mad professor and kept their distance. His teachers filed complaints. His family did not know what to do with him, and none of it slowed him down. Alongside the Hitler obsession, He was spending long hours at the local library working through advanced books on toxicology. Not the chemistry of a curious boy who liked experiments, but the specific chemistry of what poisons do to a human body, how long they take, how much is needed, and how easily their effects can be mistaken for natural illness. From the age of 9 or 10, he had been stealing Molly's perfume and nail varnish remover to analyze their chemical contents. By 11, he was synthesizing his own poisons in the bedroom. By 12, he had identified antimony tartrate as his preferred weapon. Cheap, available, and producing symptoms so similar to gastroenteritis that a doctor would rarely think to look further. At 13, he walked into the chemist on Neasden High Street, signed the poisons register as M.E. Evans, lied about his age convincingly enough that the chemist sold to him, and came home with antimony tartrate. He already knew exactly what he was going to do with it. The people he had chosen as his first subjects were sitting at the dinner table that evening, waiting for him. They were his family. Her name was Gwendolyn Young. Everyone called her Molly. She was 37 years old, and she had a dressing table in the bedroom with perfume on it. A small, ordinary detail, except that for years the perfume had been going down faster than it should. She had noticed, but had no explanation for it. The explanation was Graham, who had been stealing it since he was 9 to analyze the vapors, cataloging the chemical properties of whatever he could get his hands on in the house. Molly put it down to the bottle leaking. She was that kind of woman, the kind who noticed small things, found reasonable explanations for them, and got on with it. She had chosen this life knowingly. She married a widower with 2 children, took in a boy who had spent his first 2 years bonded to someone else, and sat across from him at the dinner table every evening for years. She fed him. She kept the household running, the meals, the routine, the patient daily effort of making a place feel like somewhere a person belongs. The family table is where Molly Young lived, not as a metaphor, as a fact. An actual table in a house on the North Circular Road in Neasden, where a woman showed up every day and did the unglamorous work of holding a broken family together. What does it cost to do that? To choose a widower, to take in his children, to build something out of pieces that were already scattered, and to do all of it without being able to conceive, even in the darkest corner of your imagination, of what the boy sitting across from you at dinner was already planning. By the spring of 1961, the antimony was going into the food and drink at that table. Molly spent months being sick in ways that seemed to have ordinary explanations. Stomach upsets, bilious attacks, the kind of illness that has 100 possible causes, and none of them alarming on their own. She kept shopping. She kept the house. She kept sitting at the table. By early 1962, her body had developed a tolerance to the antimony. The doses were no longer producing the effect he wanted. The night before Easter Saturday, he switched to thallium. On Easter Saturday, April 21st, 1962, Molly woke with a stiff neck and pins and needles in her hands and feet. She went out shopping anyway. She came home before lunch. Fred came back from the pub to find her in the back garden, writhing in agony. Graham was at the kitchen window, watching. She died in hospital that night. The pathologist found a prolapsed bone at the top of her spinal column, a known symptom of long-term antimony poisoning, and made no connection. The family accepted the explanation that a road accident the previous year was to blame. Graham suggested cremation. The evidence was destroyed before anyone thought to look for it. No murder charge was ever brought for Molly Young. The evidence was ash. She spent a decade as a footnote in someone else's case before the man who killed her stood in a courtroom and said so. She deserves to be remembered as what she was, a woman who chose every single day to show up for a family that needed her, and who was killed by the boy she had tried to build a home for. Bob Eggle was 59 years old. He managed a storeroom at John Hadland Laboratories in Bovingdon, Hertfordshire, and every morning the kettle went on and he drank his tea at his desk. He had been at Dunkirk. June 1940. The beach. 300,000 men waiting for boats that might not come back. They came back. He was on one of them. He was young then. Young enough that most of his life was still ahead of him. Old enough to understand precisely how close it had come to not being. He came home and did what people do after they have survived something unsurvivable. He lived. He found work. He built the kind of steady, quiet life in Hertfordshire that does not make the newspapers, because it is exactly the kind of life most people are trying to build, and the newspapers are not interested in until something goes wrong with it. When a new young man arrived in the storeroom in early 1971 and started asking him about the war, what the beach was like, what it felt like when the boats came, what a person does with themselves in the hours before they know whether they're going to make it home, Bob Eggle answered the questions. He told the young man what he remembered. He lent him cigarettes on the days he was short. He lent him money for the bus fare home. That is the kind of man Bob Eggle was. The kind who answers when you ask, who covers you when you are short, who does not treat a new person as an inconvenience to be managed. In June 1971, Eggle began to get sick. Stomach cramps, diarrhea, the kind of illness that lays you out for a few days but seems to have its own explanation. A bug, something going round, nothing that couldn't be waited out. He took time off. He rested. When he came back, his color was better, and he felt something close to himself again. He sat back down at his desk. Someone brought the tea round. He drank it the way he had always drunk it, because it was tea, because it had always been tea, because there had never been a single morning in his life when that needed to be anything other than what it was. By the time he got home that evening, the numbness had started in his fingers. Fred Biggs was 60 years old. He was the stock supervisor at John Hadlin Laboratories, a local counselor, and a man known among his colleagues as someone who noticed when a person was struggling and did something about it without making a performance of it. When Young arrived at the firm, Fred Biggs noticed that the new boy was sometimes short on his bus fare and reached into his pocket. That specific act, a 60-year-old man with no obligation to a stranger, doing it anyway because it was the right thing, is Fred Biggs in miniature. He became friendly with Young over the months that followed. He kept an eye out for him. He had no reason to think twice about any of it. In September 1971, Fred Biggs began to deteriorate in ways his body had no language for. Chest pains first, then difficulty walking, then the long, terrible progression into the London National Hospital for Nervous Diseases, where his central nervous system failed. His skin began to peel away from his body, and he lost the ability to speak. He died on November 19, 1971, after weeks of suffering that no account of this case renders adequately, because language tends to fail in the face of what thallium does to a human body over time. In the spring of 1961, the antimony started going into the food, small doses at first, enough to produce vomiting and cramps, but not enough to demand explanation beyond a bad stomach, something going round, a run of bad luck with illness. Fred Young began having bad days. Winifred felt unwell. Graham himself was sick on a number of occasions, which helped sustain the theory that something was circulating through the household. Whether he poisoned himself deliberately to deflect suspicion, or simply lost track of which cups he had laced, is not known. His school friend, Christopher Williams, became a subject too. Young worked antimony into his packed lunch sandwiches and recorded what followed. Williams was repeatedly absent from school for months, sick in ways that baffled his family and his doctors. He survived. In November 1961, Winifred was handed a cup of tea by her brother one morning. She took a single mouthful, found the taste sour in a way she could not account for, and put it down. On the train to work an hour later, she began to hallucinate. She had to be helped from the station. Hospital doctors concluded she had been exposed to a tropa belladonna, deadly nightshade. Fred Young suspected Graham. He did nothing with that suspicion. The family continued. By early 1962, Molly's body had developed a tolerance to the antimony Young had been giving her across months of sustained poisoning, which meant the doses were no longer producing the effect he wanted. The night before Easter Saturday, he switched to thallium. Fred came home from the pub to find Molly in the back garden in agony. Graham was at the kitchen window, watching. After Molly's death, Fred's condition deteriorated sharply. The antimony still going in, unchecked. He was admitted to hospital and told that one more dose would have killed him. He survived. At a family funeral shortly after, Young laced a jar of mustard pickle with antimony and left it for a male relative. His scientific interest had not been dulled by the death of his stepmother. The suspicion that had been quietly building, Fred's half-formed thoughts, Aunt Winnie's unease about Graham's fixation with poisons, finally broke through when a chemistry teacher at the school searched his desk. Inside, bottles of poison and notebooks dense with drawings of historical poisoners. The school arranged for a psychiatrist to meet Graham under the pretense of a careers advisory session. Graham talked freely, enthusiastically, at length about toxicology. The psychiatrist contacted police the same day. Graham Young was arrested on May 23, 1962, walking home from school. In his shirt pocket was a file he called his little friend, an exit dose, he explained, something to carry in case of capture. When police removed it, he said he felt powerless without it. At the Old Bailey, psychiatrist Dr. Christopher testified that Young had a psychopathic disorder, had failed entirely to develop a normal moral sense, and considered it extremely likely he would reoffend. He quoted a conversation in which Young had said, "I am missing my antimony. I miss the power it gives me." Young pleaded guilty to 3 counts of poisoning his father, his sister, his school friend. No murder charge was brought for Molly. The evidence was ash. He was committed to Broadmoor Hospital, the youngest inmate the institution had received since 1885. The judge set a minimum term of 15 years. He served approximately 8.5 years of a minimum 15-year sentence. Inside Broadmoor, the pattern continued in the ways available to him. A fellow inmate, John Berridge, died of cyanide poisoning. Young later claimed to have extracted the cyanide from laurel bush leaves in the hospital garden. His claim was not taken seriously. Berridge's death was recorded as suicide. On separate occasions, drinks belonging to staff and inmates were found to have been tampered with. In one incident, an abrasive sodium compound was introduced into a communal tea urn, a discovery that, had it come a few minutes later, could have caused mass poisoning across the ward. Young understood over time that appearing less obsessed with poisons would accelerate his release. He adjusted. He kept his interests but kept them quieter. He continued to read obsessively about toxicology. He remained openly fixated on Hitler, trimming the Hitler mustache he had grown until the skin around it was raw, making small wooden swastikas, playing chess, and always choosing the black pieces because, he said, they reminded him of the SS. His doctors decided this was an adolescent phase he would grow out of. By the end of his 5th year, they had moved him to a less restricted block. He became a model patient in the ways that mattered to the people making decisions about him. In June 1970, Broadmoor psychiatrist Dr. Edgar Udwin wrote to the Home Secretary recommending Young's release. His letter stated that Young was no longer obsessed with poisons, violence, and mischief, and was no longer a danger to others. When Young learned he was to be released, he told a psychiatric nurse, "When I get out, I'm going to kill one person for every year I've spent in this place." The nurse recorded this in his file. The comment did not influence the decision to release him. Graham Young walked out of Broadmoor on February 4th, 1971. He was 23 years old. He had served not 15 years, as the judge had ordered, but approximately 8.5. John Hadland Laboratories sat on the edge of Bovingdon, a village 16 miles northwest of London, far enough to feel quiet, close enough that people commuted in on the train. The company manufactured thallium bromide iodide infrared lenses for military equipment. It was a small, close-knit workplace where people knew each other's names and the rhythms of each other's days, where the person who offered to make the tea was simply being considerate, where nothing in the ordinary texture of a working morning suggested that anything could go wrong. Within weeks of his arrival, Bob Eggle began to get sick. The cramps came first, then the diarrhea, then the exhaustion that made a full day at work feel impossible. He took time off and genuinely improved. Came back from a week away feeling closer to himself than he had in months. He sat back down at his desk in the storeroom. Young put a lethal dose of thallium into his afternoon tea. Eggle's condition deteriorated from that point with a speed that left the doctors at St. Albans City Hospital struggling for a framework. Back pain became severe. The numbness that had started in his fingers spread outward through his limbs. He was moved to intensive care. Paralysis set in. Young telephoned the hospital repeatedly during Eggle's admission, asking nurses for updates, relaying his concern to colleagues at the firm. Bob Eggle died on July 7, 1971. The official cause of death was Guillain-Barré syndrome, a rare form of polyneuritis with bronchial pneumonia. He was cremated. Forensic examination of his ashes would later find traces of thallium. In the days after Eggle's death, Young expressed his sadness to the people around him. He told colleagues it was very sad that Bob should have come through the terrors of Dunkirk only to fall victim to some strange virus. The weeks after Eggle's death brought a broader pattern of illness across the workforce. More cramps, more unexplained absences, a low hum of unease that the firm and the local medical community attributed to a circulating virus. People had started calling it the Bovingdon bug. Young continued to make the tea. In September 1971, Fred Biggs began to fail. On October 30th, Young administered 3 doses of thallium acetate to him through his tea. By the following day, Biggs had chest pains and could not walk without difficulty. At the same time, Young was poisoning Jethro Bad, a colleague who had been giving him lifts home, with enough thallium to kill him. Bad survived, but spent weeks in hospital in a state of pain that led him to contemplate ending his life. David Tilson found his tea too sweet one morning. Young had added sugar to mask the taste of the thallium and did not finish the cup. Tilson was hospitalized regardless, lost all his hair, and suffered permanent damage. Young had already prepared a contingency, a bottle of brandy laced with more thallium to bring as a gift if Tilson showed signs of recovery. By November 1971, approximately 70 Hadland employees had recorded some form of illness. Fred Biggs was in the London National Hospital for Nervous Diseases, unable to speak, his skin peeling, his breathing failing. He died on November 19, 1971. Young had recorded his frustration at how long it was taking in his diary. It was 11:30 at night when police knocked on the door of his father's house in Sheerness, Kent, on November 21, 1971. Fred Young was inside. The moment he heard the knock, he knew what it was. He pointed the officers toward his son without a word. Young's Aunt Winnie, the woman who had raised him for the first 2 years of his life, looked at her nephew and asked, "Graham, what have you done?" "I don't know what they're talking about." When they searched him, they found thallium in his coat pocket. His room in Hemel Hempstead gave them everything else. Files and bottles lined along the windowsill. The walls covered with photographs of Hitler alongside drawings of emaciated figures clutching their throats as their hair fell out. And under the bed, the diary. Dosages, dates, names, and running observations on what was happening to each of his colleagues as the poison worked through them. Under interrogation, Young admitted verbally to the poisonings. He refused to sign a written statement. He boasted of having committed the perfect murder: his stepmother, the thallium on the final night, the cremation he had suggested, the evidence reduced to ash before anyone thought to look. He was confident he would be acquitted. His previous conviction could not be entered into evidence, and he believed it would be impossible to prove he was the only person in that factory with the means and the knowledge. When journalists gave him the nickname, the Teacup Poisoner, he objected. Too small, he said. Too parochial. He preferred World Poisoner. The trial opened at St. Albans Crown Court on June 19, 1972. Young pleaded not guilty. Faced with the diary, dosages, dates, his colleagues named as subjects, entries recording his frustration at how long some of them were taking to die, he told the court it was research notes for a novel he was writing. The jury took that in. They also took in the forensic analysis of Bob Eggle's cremated remains, which found traces of thallium. It was the first confirmed case of deliberate thallium poisoning in British forensic history. No laboratory in the country had a procedure for it, because no one had ever done it before. The doctors who treated Bob Eggle and Fred Biggs had no framework for what they were looking at, because the framework did not exist yet. Young had known that. He had counted on it. Young was convicted on June 29, 1972. 2 counts of murder, Bob Eggle and Fred Biggs. 2 counts of attempted murder. 2 counts of administering poison, for life sentences. At trial, Young took responsibility for the death of Molly Young. In the weeks following Young's conviction, Home Secretary Reginald Maudling ordered 2 separate reviews. The Arvold Committee examined the procedures for releasing mentally disordered offenders from psychiatric hospitals and published its findings in January 1973. Lord Butler chaired a broader inquiry into the management of mentally ill offenders across the criminal justice system, publishing recommendations in 1975 that led directly to the expansion of forensic mental health services and the development of regional secure units across England and Wales. Before Young's case, the country's provision consisted almost entirely of 3 high-security hospitals: Broadmoor, Ashworth, and Rampton. The Butler recommendations changed that structure in ways that remain in place today. The Poisons Act 1972 was passed in direct response to Young's case, tightening the controls around who could purchase toxic substances and under what conditions. Bob Eggle and Fred Biggs died so that those changes could happen. Molly Young died 12 years before anyone in a position of authority decided the system needed examining. The reforms are real and they matter, and they were written in the names of people who should not have had to pay for them. Graham Young spent the rest of his sentence at Parkhurst Prison on the Isle of Wight, where he befriended Ian Brady, played chess daily choosing the black pieces because they reminded him of the SS, and waited. He died on August 1st, 1990. The official cause of death was heart failure. There is documented conjecture, unverified, and it must be stated as such, that the cause may have been self-administered or prisoner-administered poison. What can be stated is that he died in prison 19 years after Bob Eggle and Fred Biggs, and that he outlived both of them by a margin that nothing in this case makes feel right. In 1974, a man was sentenced to 70 years in prison for the murder of a 2-month-old baby. It was his own baby. She was found with 13 broken ribs, a broken wrist, and a ruptured liver. She was 2 months old. The man served 10 years for his horrible act, 10 years of a 70-year sentence. And in 1984, the state of Texas decided he had served enough. He walked out on parole. A man who had beaten his own infant daughter to death walked out of a Texas prison after a decade, and the state handed him back his life. He spent 2 years rebuilding it. By 1986, he had moved to Riverside County, California. He had a new wife, a child, and a county government job. A top clerk job, delivering supplies to county departments out of a gray Mitsubishi van. Steady hours, a familiar route, colleagues who described him as a friendly nerd who was always doing things to help people. One of his delivery routes ran directly to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, the same department that, within those same years, assembled a task force to hunt a serial killer moving through the streets of their county. For 6 years, they hunted, and for those 6 years, 12 women were found in orange groves, drainage ditches, and roadsides across Riverside County. What this man did to the women he killed was not quick. He stabbed them. He strangled them. He mutilated their bodies. In several cases, he removed a breast after death and left it feet away from the body. He posed them, and then he went home to his wife and his children and his ordinary life. And this is the story of 12 women who deserved better from every system that failed them, starting with the system that let him out after just 10 years, instead of 70. Riverside County, California, in the late 1980s, is a sprawling, sun-baked county east of Los Angeles. Citrus groves, industrial corridors, and long straight roads connecting places without much in between them. The orange groves run in rows, low, dense, dark green against the pale California sky. Ordinary landscape. The county makes part of its living from them, and a body was found here. The University Avenue is a long commercial strip in the city of Riverside. Motels, strip malls, service stations. And by the late 1980s, the stretch around the downtown corridor was a known location for women who sold sex on the street. A known geography, patrolled regularly by the police. Lake Elsinore sits in a valley 30 miles southwest. The roads around the lake are long and rural. William Suff dumped 2 bodies here. The Mission Boulevard corridor was described by those who knew it as rundown trailer parks, pay-by-the-hour motels, and peep show operations. Before we get to the others, we need to go way back to 1973 and tell you about William's first victim. Fort Worth, Texas, 1973. A baby was found dead. Her name was Dijanet Suff, and she was just 2 months old. The autopsy found 13 broken ribs, a broken wrist, and a ruptured liver. The examining record described an appalling history of abuse directed at Dijanet. Her father, William Lester Suff, surprisingly was the monster. He convicted of his daughter's murder in 1974. The judge sentenced him to 70 years in a Texas state prison, but served only 10. The Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles released him in 1984. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals had upheld his conviction, noting that appalling history of abuse. The conviction stood, and the release happened anyway. William Suff moved to California. He remarried and had another child. In 1986, 2 years after his release, Riverside County hired him as a stock clerk, working out of a county warehouse, filling orders for county departments, driving occasional deliveries. The county gave him a van, a route, and a schedule. That is everything a man like him needs. And the first body appeared in Riverside County later that same year. Riverside County knew William Suff as a quiet, competent, friendly man. He showed up to work and always filled his orders accurately. He knew the routes. Coworkers even described him as easy to get along with. He participated in the county carpooling program, a program that matched passengers with drivers heading the same direction, a strategic way to lower commuting costs, avoid the hassle of public transit, and split fuel expenses. He liked vanity license plates, wrote books, and do stuffs normal people do. Neighbors called him a friendly nerd who was always doing things to help people. He drove a gray 1989 Mitsubishi van, county government gray, the kind of van that is part of the background of any working day in any county in America. He delivered supplies to county departments. His route included deliveries to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, the same department that would assemble the task force hunting him. After the deliveries were done, he drove it somewhere else. William Suff had served in the U.S. Air Force as a medic. He had been described as someone who understood how to present himself. He had learned that he could get what he wanted from people by coercion. He had also learned how to make that coercion invisible. The county investigating saw the van making its route, but couldn't see what was running underneath. Michelle Yvette Gutierrez was 23 years old. She was originally from Corpus Christi, Texas. On the morning of October 30th, 1986, a man scavenging aluminum cans in the industrial area of Rubidoux noticed a body wedged in a drainage ditch. A woman, lying on her back. Her blouse and shorts had been ripped to shreds. She was covered in blood. He dropped his bag and ran to a nearby factory for help. The autopsy confirmed what the scene had already indicated. Michelle Gutierrez had been strangled. She had been stabbed in the torso, in the face, and in the buttocks. She had been sexually assaulted. Her genitals had been deliberately mutilated. Investigators searched the scene thoroughly. They had no leads pointing to a suspect, and 2 weeks later, another body was found. Kathy Small was 19 years old. On the night of February 21st, 1986, a man named Bill came to the house in Lake Elsinore where Kathy Small was living. He told her he would drive her to Pasadena and pay her $50. She got in the van wearing a nightgown. The man she lived with never saw or heard from her again. At 7 in the morning on February 22nd in South Pasadena, police received a call about a woman's body lying in the road on Bank Street. Officers arrived to find Kathy Small still wearing the nightgown. She had been stabbed multiple times throughout her body. She had been strangled. She had been sexually assaulted. She was pronounced dead at the scene. For 38 years, nobody knew who killed her. Her 2 children grew up without an answer. Her sister grew up without her. They lived the decades Kathy never got to live, carrying a question that had no resolution. In 2019, a coroner's investigator responding to the natural death of a man in a house across the street from where Kathy's body had been found noticed disturbing photographs in the man's bedroom. Images of women who appeared to have been held against their will. There was also a newspaper clipping about Kathy Small's 1986 death. Detectives reopened the case file and discovered that the evidence, including the rape kit, had never been subjected to DNA testing. Forensic analysis in 2020 identified DNA from 2 male donors on Kathy's clothing. One was unidentified. The other was William Suff. After killing 2, William Suff didn't kill anyone again until after 3 years. On January 17, 1989, Diane Talavera was found strangled on the beach at Lake Elsinore. The roads around the lake are long and rural. The beach where she was found is not a hidden location. It is a public stretch of shoreline that people drive past every day. She was found there anyway. Kimberly Little was 28 years old. She was found on June 28, 1989, in Cottonwood Canyon near Lake Elsinore. Before she died, someone put out lit cigarettes on her body. The burns were on her arms and across other areas of her skin. All of them occurred before her death. She had also been struck in the head. She was covered with a blue bath towel, which would later become some of the most important forensic evidence in the case. Fibers on the towel matched the carpeting, the side panel upholstery, and the seat fabric from the interior of William Suff's van. Other fibers matched a sleeping bag found in the van. Hair samples found on the towel were later matched to Suff's own hair. Christina Leal was 23 years old. She was last seen alive on December 12, 1989. Her body was found the following day on a dirt road on a Quail Valley hillside, a road the records describe as not well traveled. The autopsy documented what had been done to her. Her wrists and ankles had been bound. She had a black eye and scratch marks on her face. She had 4 stab wounds in the middle of her chest. She had at least 2 knife wounds to her genitalia. One of her nipples had been partially removed. All of these injuries occurred before her death. Her cause of death was asphyxiation due to ligature strangulation and stab wounds to her heart. There was hemorrhaging in her neck and eyes. There were abrasions on her neck from a ligature. A t-shirt that did not belong to her had been placed on her body. Fibers from that t-shirt and from a sock found on her body were later matched to fibers found on the seat of William Suff's van. By the end of 1989, the gray van had been through Lake Elsinore, through Cottonwood Canyon, through Quail Valley. The county route ran during the day. Something else ran at night. 3 women were dead in less than a year. The pattern was beginning to take shape, but visible to those only who looked at the full picture. The full picture was still being assembled. By 1989, law enforcement in Riverside County was seeing the shape of something larger than individual homicides. Bodies had been found in Lake Elsinore, in Rubidoux, in Riverside, across jurisdictions and across years. The pattern was there for those who looked at the full picture. The full picture was difficult to assemble. Riverside County, San Bernardino County, the city of Riverside, the sheriff's department. The investigation touched multiple jurisdictions. Cases that belong together can appear separate when the structures designed to share information between agencies don't function as they should. This is a structural problem that appears in case after case across the country when a killer operates across jurisdictional lines. In Riverside, it cost time. A multi-jurisdictional task force was eventually assembled. Resources were consolidated. The investigation was named and coordinated. The forensic work that eventually brought the case to trial took 3 years of careful, methodical effort. But the investigation took as long as it did to reach that scale for a documented reason. The victims were women who sold sex on the streets of Riverside County. That shaped how their deaths were categorized, how quickly the pattern was named, and what resources were allocated to finding who was responsible. This is the 3rd systemic failure in this case. The women on those streets deserve the same urgency applied to any other victims. The documented record shows they did not receive it at the same speed. In 1989, a woman escaped an attack by William Suff. William Suff brought her to a vacant house in Lake Elsinore under a false pretense. The moment they were inside, he attacked her. Rhonda Jetmore was holding a flashlight. She used it. She struck him hard enough to break his grip and create distance. He came at her again. She fought back again, physically, repeatedly, in the dark, in a house with no one else in it. Suff tackled her multiple times as she tried to reach the exit. Each time, she kept fighting. At some point during the struggle, Suff's eyeglasses were knocked off his face. In the dark, he couldn't see without them. So he stopped. He made her an offer. Help him find the glasses, and he would let her go. Jetmore found them with her flashlight. She pointed them out on the floor. The moment Suff reached for them, she ran. She got out of the house and into the street. She flagged down a passing vehicle and immediately got in. As SUF came after them, the passenger intervened, enough to stop the pursuit. Rhonda Jetmore reached safety, then went to the police. She gave a description and sat with a photo lineup and identified the man who had attacked her. William SUF was still free for 3 more years after she named him. She lived those 3 years having done everything right and watched nothing happen quickly. After what happened, William SUF continued his pursuit. Darla Jane Ferguson was 23 years old. She was found on January 18, 1990, half a mile from where Kimberly Little had been found 7 months earlier. Her wrists had been bound. A trash bag was pulled over the top half of her body and tied at the waist with a rope. Her legs were propped up. She had suffered blunt force trauma before her death. The cause of death was strangulation. Carol Miller was 35 years old, found on February 9, 1990, in a grapefruit orchard in Highgrove. She had been stabbed 5 times before she died. The frenulum connecting her upper lip to her gums was torn, consistent with struggling while being smothered. There was no trauma to her neck. Next to her body, someone had left a peeled and eaten grapefruit. Cheryl Coker was 33 years old. She was last seen by her husband on October 30th, 1990, walking to University Avenue to work. On November 6th, her body was found partially inside a dumpster in an industrial area of Riverside. She had been strangled, the ligature pulled with such force it cut through the skin of her neck. Her right breast had been severed after her death. It was found on a dirt road 30 feet away. Susan Sternfeld was 27 years old, found on December 21st, 1990, near a dumpster in Riverside. She was nude and intentionally posed. The task force by now had spent over $100,000 and was no closer to a name. Kathleen Milne was 42 years old, found on January 19, 1991, also nude, lying on a red robe near a pile of trash north of Lake Elsinore. A white sock had been stuffed into the back of her throat. The cause of death was asphyxiation, a combination of strangulation and the sock blocking her airway. Sherry Latham was 37 years old, found on July 4th, 1991, face down in Lake Elsinore, nude, and strangled also. Kelly Hammond was 27 years old, from Rubidou, found on August 16, 1991, strangled in an alley in Corona. Her body had been posed precisely, right arm bent and tucked under her abdomen, left arm bent with palm facing upward, left leg drawn to her chest, right leg extended outward. She had 2 lacerations on her forehead, both inflicted before her death. Catherine McDonald was 30 years old, found on September 13, 1991, in Lake Elsinore. She was 4 months pregnant. She had been stabbed 3 times in the chest and had a gaping cut on the left side of her neck. Her right breast was removed after her death. Her body was posed, legs spread apart, feet together, arms outstretched above her head. The official cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the neck and compression. Shoe prints matching the pattern found at other scenes were found near her body. Delia Zamora was 35 years old, found on October 30th, 1991, in Glen Avon, strangled. Her larynx was crushed and broken down the middle, a level of force that requires, in the language of the medical examiner, an extreme amount of pressure. Her fingernails showed injuries consistent with clawing at a ligature. Eleanor Ojeda Casares was 39 years old, found in an orange grove near the intersection of Jefferson Street and Victoria Avenue in Riverside on December 23, 1991, 2 days before Christmas. She had been stabbed in the chest and strangled. Her breast was removed after her death. A total of 10 women in 2 years. The task force was working and the bodies kept coming. Somewhere in that same county, the gray van was still running its route. By October 1991, the suspected body count had reached 18. The task force was working intensively. During this period, the killer began placing bodies near the Riverside police station. On January 9, 1992, at University Avenue, Riverside, California, Officer Frank Orta observed a gray 1989 Mitsubishi then make an illegal U-turn. He activated his lights and siren. The van pulled over. The driver was polite and cooperative. He handed over his documents without resistance. Officer Orta ran the name. It was suspended license and an expired registration. The driver was transported to the Riverside police station for questioning. That driver was William Suff. Inside the van, investigators found a bloody knife and objects believed to be connected to the killings. Hair samples taken from Suff matched samples recovered from 2 crime scenes. Fiber evidence from a van, from a sleeping bag, from bedding, matched fibers recovered from victim scenes. The gray van never ran its route again. The forensic case took 3 years to build. The trial began in March 1995. It ran for more than 50 days. The prosecution presented the hair evidence, the fiber evidence, the physical items recovered from the van. The survivor's identification, made in 1989, was part of the foundation. On July 19, 1995, the jury found William Lester Suff guilty on all 12 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of attempted murder. He was sentenced to death. He maintains his innocence from death row. In 2024, a DNA match connected Suff to the 1986 murder of Kathy Small, the 19-year-old, the mother of 2, the cold case that had sat unsolved for 38 years. He confessed, and the case was closed. Three documented structural failures in sequence produced the conditions for what happened in Riverside County between 1986 and 1992. The first failure happened in Texas. A Texas judge sentenced William Suff to 70 years for the murder of his 2-month-old daughter. The Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles released him after serving only 10. The Court of Criminal Appeals had upheld the conviction, noting the appalling history of abuse. The release happened anyway. 70 years, 10 years. The difference between those numbers is the space in which 12 women died. Failure 2 occurred when the California county hired a man with a conviction for the murder of an infant. Whether the background check surfaced that record and failed to stop the hire, or whether it failed to surface it at all, either way, William Suff was given a county vehicle, a county route, and a county badge. He drove that route for 6 years while the investigation assembled around him. Failure 3. 2 structural problems slowed the investigation. The first, the killing spread across multiple jurisdictions: Riverside County, San Bernardino County, the city of Riverside, and the information sharing between those agencies did not function at the speed the situation required. Plus, the victims were women who sold sex on those streets, and the investigation did not receive the same pace of resourcing it would have received for other victims. If this episode stayed with you, if one of those names stayed with you, leave in the comments. Say her name. That's what this channel is for. Subscribe if you want to keep going. New episodes every week. The forgotten deserve to be remembered, and we're not close to running out of cases where that sentence is necessary. Shadow verdict. Every year, millions of people hike America's national forests. Unfortunately, some people go there with very bad intentions. Between October 2007 and January 2008, a green Chevrolet Astro van moved through the national forests of North Carolina, Florida, and Georgia. The man driving it carried a golden retriever, high-end hiking gear, and a method he had spent years perfecting. He approached lone hikers on remote trails, took their ATM cards, kept them alive long enough to drain their accounts, and disappeared back into the trees before anyone could even notice the disappearance. Across 3 states, across 3 national forests, 4 people died in the span of just 90 days. Not a single law enforcement jurisdiction in any of those 3 states knew the others were working the same case, because to each of them, it looked like a different case entirely. The pattern was sitting there the whole time, visible to anyone drawing lines on a map. But nobody could draw the lines until it became too late. On New Year's Day, 2008, on Blood Mountain, Georgia, the hikers moving through it pay attention to the mountain the way hikers do, watching the ground, watching the sky, nodding at strangers in that easy way you do when you share a trail with someone. Most of them notice a young woman in the green jacket first, her black Labrador pulling slightly ahead on the leash, nose reading the frozen ground like a map. Then they notice a man behind her, somewhere in his late 50s or 60s, wearing high-end hiking gear, a police-style baton and a bayonet knife on his belt, and on his shoes, carefully applied strips of duct tape. One hiker watches him pass and cannot shake the detail. Later, he will tell investigators, somebody is a very experienced hiker. Nobody on that trail understood what they were looking at. Nobody knew the woman in the green jacket was going to be the 4th victim of this deadly killer. In April 2025, inside a Florida state prison, Gary Michael Hilton, 78 years old, sits across from court TV reporter David Scott for his first televised interview. He has been convicted of 4 murders across 3 states. He has been sentenced to death in Florida for the killing of a 46-year-old Sunday school teacher named Cheryl Hodges Dunlap, a murder he has never once addressed on camera, even as his appeal works its way through the courts. Scott tells him, "You've never publicly said what happened." Hilton considers that for a moment, then leans forward and says this. "No, I haven't, and that case, currently, is under appeal. It hasn't been finally adjudicated, but hey, I'm gonna give you a new scoop. I did it. So, there you have it. I'm confessing to her murder on camera that I never have before, and I'll be glad to tell anyone I did." He is not agitated, not remorseful, not performing contrition for the camera, or calculating what the confession might cost him legally. He delivers it the way a man might announce he fixed a leaky pipe, as a settled fact, nothing remarkable about it, something he has always known and simply decided today was the day to say out loud. Then he described Cheryl Dunlap, the woman he kidnapped, held captive, and killed in a national forest in 2007, like this. She was a devout Christian and a real wheel in the church. A real wheel in the church. Not what he did to her. What she was in the world before he found her. Summarized in 9 words. Filed away. Dispensed with. The casual familiarity of a man who processed Cheryl Dunlap. The way you process something you briefly encountered and moved on from. He is already convicted. Already sentenced to die. The confession changed nothing in any courtroom. He gave it anyway, like a man with nothing left to protect and no particular reason to stay quiet anymore. To understand why that sentence, a real wheel in the church, is the most revealing thing about this entire case, we have to go back. Back to the van, back to the forests, back to the people who walked into them and never came out. Before we get into everything, if you're new here, this is Shadow Verdict. We cover cases like this one, cases where the system failed, where people were forgotten, and where the full story never quite made it to the headlines. If that sounds like something you want more of, hit subscribe. It's free, and I promise every video is worth your time. Now, let's get back to the man in the van. To understand Gary Michael Hilton, you start with the van, a 2001 Chevrolet Astro, green, with the rear seat removed and the interior converted into a mobile survival base, stocked with weapons, gear, and the kind of supplies a man needs when he has decided the road is his permanent address and the forest is his office. He drove it through Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina with a golden retriever named Dandy riding in the back. And when he pulled into a trailhead parking area and climbed out in his high-end hiking gear, he looked exactly like what the forests attract by the millions. An eccentric outdoor enthusiast, harmless, maybe a little odd, completely unremarkable. Born on November 22nd, 1946, in Atlanta, Georgia, Hilton spent most of his life accumulating minor damage and leaving minor traces. At 13 years old, he shot and injured his stepfather, documented on record. One early signal of a capacity for violence that would take decades to fully surface. He joined the Army in his 20s, trained as a paratrooper, experienced a psychiatric episode, and received an honorable discharge in 1967. 3 marriages followed, and 3 divorces. A long trail of minor criminal arrests, drunk driving, weapons charges, drug possession, 21 counts of solicitation. Nothing that would make a national database flag him as the kind of man who drives between national forests hunting people. He worked as a handyman sometimes, drifted always, kept moving. The method he developed was specific and deliberate. He chose national forests because they are vast and remote, because the people in them are alone and trusting, and because the jurisdictions responsible for policing them rarely communicate across state lines. He chose hikers because they carry ATM cards, and because a man with a friendly dog asking for directions looks like exactly what he pretends to be. He would approach his targets casually, escalate to a weapon before they understood what was happening, force them into the van, and keep them alive for as long as it took to drain their bank accounts. When the money ran out, or when they gave him the wrong pin, he killed them. Then he drove to the next forest and started again. The trail was the trap, every single time. Criminal profilers from the FBI and agencies across the country attended his trials and said publicly what the pattern suggested. They did not believe Gary Hilton began killing in the 60s. Criminologist Eric Hickey stated that Hilton was likely responsible for homicides predating 2007 by years, possibly decades. The forests he moved through held older secrets, and some of those secrets may never surface. But between October 2007 and January 2008, within a span of less than 90 days, Gary Hilton moved through 3 states and left 4 confirmed people dead. The same van, the same dog, the same method, 3 separate law enforcement jurisdictions, and not one of them knew the other cases existed, until Blood Mountain forced the connection that should have already been made. On the morning of October 21st, 2007, in the cool early air of the North Carolina mountains, Jack Davis Bryant and Irene Woods Bryant parked their maroon Ford Escape at Yellow Gap Road near U.S. Route 276, locked the doors, and started up into Pisgah National Forest. Jack was 80 years old. Irene was 84. They lived in Horseshoe, North Carolina, and they had been hiking these mountains for decades. Not occasionally, not as tourists, but as people for whom the trails were as familiar and trustworthy as anything in their lives. 164 years of combined living, and a significant portion of it spent exactly like this, together on a mountain in the cold morning air, doing the thing they loved. According to Hilton's own admissions in his North Carolina plea, he had made friends with them before the attack. He had bided his time, which means Jack and Irene Bryant did what every experienced hiker does when they meet a friendly stranger with a dog on a familiar trail. They were kind to him. They had no reason not to be. The trail was a trap. Hilton killed Irene Bryant where she stood, with a blunt instrument and with such force that when investigators found her body on November 10th, she cannot be physically identified. Her right forearm had been severed. Jack Bryant he took, kept him alive, moving him through the back roads in that green van while demanding his PIN number, running the card, failing, trying again. Jack Bryant was 80 years old. Hilton held him for days before shooting him once in the head with a .22 Magnum and leaving his body in the forest. A hunter found Jack Bryant's skull in February 2008, 16 miles away in Nantahala National Forest. For 2 full weeks after October 21st, the maroon Ford Escape sat in the Yellow Gap Road parking area, patient, ordinary, and completely wrong. Their family heard nothing and eventually reported them missing to the Henderson County Sheriff's Office, which launched a search with 30 volunteers, cadaver dogs, and a helicopter. The case stayed in Henderson County, North Carolina. 1 jurisdiction, 1 forest, 1 investigation with no reason yet to look south toward Florida or east toward Georgia. 2 people who had trusted these mountains their entire lives, who had been kind to a stranger with a dog on a familiar trail. A car waiting in a parking lot for people who would never come back to it. 6 weeks after the Bryants disappeared in North Carolina, on a quiet Saturday afternoon in early December, Cheryl Hodges Dunlap drove to the Leon Sinks geological area in Florida's Apalachicola National Forest and parked her car. She was 46 years old, a mother of 2, and a Sunday school teacher at her church in Tallahassee, someone whose presence was so reliable that her congregation built its rhythms around her. On December 1st, she brought a book into the forest and found somewhere quiet to read. A woman alone in a beautiful place with an afternoon to herself and a book in her hands. That is the last documented ordinary moment of Cheryl Dunlap's life. And it is worth holding on to, because everything the public record gives us after that moment belongs to what Gary Hilton did, and that is not the same thing as who Cheryl Dunlap was. Hilton was already working the area. He took her. According to the court record, she was held captive for somewhere between 2 days and a week, long enough that traces of her blood appeared on multiple items later recovered from his van, long enough for the Florida Supreme Court to find that the evidence supported her having suffered fear and emotional strain in the time leading up to her death. On December 15th, a hiker named Ronnie Rentz and his dogs came upon her remains in Apalachicola National Forest. She had been decapitated and dismembered. On December 3rd, 2 days after she disappeared into that forest, Cheryl Dunlap's church noticed she hadn't come to teach Sunday school. Her congregation felt her absence before any missing persons report existed. Her family filed one the following day. Leon County classified her death as an isolated homicide and worked it as a standalone Florida case, even as quiet questions had begun circulating between investigators in Georgia and Florida about a man with a van and a dog moving between the 2 states. 17 years later, from a prison cell in Florida, Gary Hilton would describe her like this: "She was a devout Christian and a real wheel in the church." Not what he did to her in that forest. What she was in her community, delivered in the same flat tone a man might use to summarize a co-worker he barely knew. She went to the forest to read, alone, on a December afternoon, with a book and some quiet. That image is the last thing the record gives us of Cheryl Dunlap on her own terms, and is the image this story owes her. Meredith Hope Emerson was 24 years old, an honors graduate of the University of Georgia, with a degree in French, a semester abroad in France behind her that her parents David and Susan later described as having made a wonderfully positive impression on her and changed her life. She held a blue belt in Aikido and trained seriously. Her friend Robbie Poyster remembered her with a precision that says everything. She couldn't stand to see pain on anyone's face, not in a sentimental way, but in the way of someone who does something about it. Green was her favorite color. At 24, she lived in Beaufort, Georgia, and had been training Ella, a black Labrador retriever, as a physical therapy dog. They had logged miles together on Georgia's trails, and Blood Mountain was familiar ground. On New Year's Day 2008, she parked her 1995 Chevrolet Cavalier at the Byron Herbert Reach trailhead, clipped Ella's leash, pulled on her green jacket, and started up into the cold morning air. Hilton was already on the mountain. He approached her, produced a knife, and demanded her ATM card. What happened next surprised him. Meredith Emerson fought back. Her Aikido training, her physical conditioning, her absolute refusal to simply comply. He later told investigators she wouldn't stop fighting, wouldn't stop yelling, and he needed to both control her and silence her at the same time. When she finally fought him to a point where he said it broke his own hand, he forced her into the van and drove. She gave him the wrong pin. Every time Hilton ran her card, the transaction failed. So he kept her, moving through back roads and forest pull-offs for 4 days while the search for her spread across 90 square miles of Chattahoochee National Forest. While her friends posted flyers, and witnesses from Blood Mountain came forward with descriptions of the man with duct tape on his shoes. On January 3rd, authorities found her Cavalier at the trailhead, water bottle inside, a dog leash, a police baton. On January 4th, Ella turned up alive in a Kroger parking lot in Cumming, Georgia, 60 miles from the mountain, wandering alone and unhurt. The dog came back. Meredith did not. On January 4th, at a Chevron station in DeKalb County, a witness called police with 3 words. The guy you are looking for is cleaning out his van. Officers arrived before Hilton could bleach the interior. The rear seat belt missing from the van matched one found among Meredith's belongings in a dumpster near Quick Trip. Her blood was on a claw hammer recovered from inside. Her identification, her clothing. Hilton was arrested, charged, and transferred to federal custody, and Meredith Hope Emerson was still somewhere in the forest. By the time Gary Hilton was sitting in federal custody in Atlanta in January 2008, 3 separate law enforcement jurisdictions had been working 3 separate cases for 3 months, and none of them had yet drawn a single connecting line between what happened in North Carolina in October, what happened in Florida in December, and what was now unfolding in Georgia in January. When Henderson County launched its search for Jack and Irene Bryant in late October 2007, the investigators working that case had no reason to look south. They were working a missing persons case in a North Carolina forest. That was the whole job. 6 weeks later, when Leon County began working Cheryl Dunlap's disappearance in Florida, their investigators had no reason to look north or east toward Georgia, where nothing had happened yet. Each jurisdiction was doing exactly what it was built to do, working the case in front of it, inside its own boundaries, with its own resources. That is not negligence. That is the architecture. And the architecture had no room in it for a man who treated state lines as irrelevant, who moved between jurisdictions the way the forests themselves move, without asking permission, without leaving a forwarding address, without any awareness that the lines on a map were supposed to contain him. 3 national forests, 3 states, 3 investigations that were never designed to be one. How long does a pattern have to repeat before it becomes a pattern someone officially recognizes? What broke the case open was not better coordination or a database match or a tip from another jurisdiction. It was the scale of public attention that surrounded Meredith Emerson's disappearance. Witnesses who came forward within hours, friends who mobilized before the first day ended, media coverage that arrived fast and stayed, the FBI and GBI both deploying resources across 90 square miles of Chattahoochee National Forest within days. That level of response had never materialized for Jack and Irene Bryant, whose maroon Ford Escape sat in a parking lot for 2 weeks before their family even reported them missing. It had never materialized for Cheryl Dunlap, whose church noticed she was gone before law enforcement treated her disappearance as anything beyond an isolated Florida homicide. A Sunday school congregation felt the absence before any detective did. That is the honest summary of where the system stood in December 2007. Once Hilton was in custody and investigators began laying the cases side by side, the van, the dog, the gear, the decapitation, the ATM pattern, the forests, the connection assembled itself almost immediately. The same man, 3 states, always moving, always invisible, until Meredith Emerson's disappearance finally generated enough pressure to catch him mid-cleanup at a gas station. But Meredith's body was still out there. Her family needed to know where she was. They needed to bring her home. Hilton made an offer from custody. He would lead investigators to her body in exchange for 2 things: the death penalty taken off the table in Georgia, and his dog Dandy safely rehomed with someone who would care for her. Those were his terms, not his freedom, not a reduced sentence beyond what the agreement specified. The needle off the table, and the dog looked after. Prosecutors agreed. Investigators agreed. A deliberate, documented, irreversible decision. And it is worth sitting with what that decision actually was. On one side, a death sentence for a man who had kidnapped and killed 4 people across 3 states. On the other, the location of a young woman's body and a family's ability to bury their daughter. Both things real, both things true, both sitting in the same room simultaneously without resolving each other. Hilton honored the agreement. He led investigators into the Dawson Forest Management area, stopped at a specific point in the trees, and pointed. Meredith Hope Emerson had been under leaves and brush since January 7th. Later, in court, in statements to investigators, and again in his 2025 television interview, Gary Hilton described those 4 days in the van with Meredith Emerson. His exact words, delivered with the same absence of weight he brings to everything he says about the people he killed. It was hard. You gotta remember we had spent several good days together. Several good days. 4 days in a van. A 24-year-old woman deliberately feeding him wrong PIN numbers, fighting to stay alive long enough for someone to find her. A woman trained in Aikido, trained to ease other people's pain, who fought him hard enough on that mountain that he said it broke his own hand. That is what he called those 4 days. Several good days together. The forests he had moved through, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, and possibly further back than anyone has been able to prove, finally had a name attached to them. Gary Michael Hilton, the man with the van and the dog and the duct tape on his shoes, who had stood on a trail and looked like someone who belonged there, because he had spent years making sure he did. In Georgia, the legal process moved with unusual speed. On January 30th, 2008, less than 4 weeks after his arrest, Gary Hilton stood in a Georgia courtroom and pleaded guilty to the murder of Meredith Emerson, honoring the agreement that had led investigators to the Dawson Forest Management area. The sentence was life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 30 years, and it came down as one of the swiftest resolutions in Georgia murder case history. Florida took considerably longer. Hilton fought extradition from Georgia, lost, and was brought to Leon County in 2010 to stand trial for the murder of Cheryl Dunlap. He pleaded not guilty and forced the state to build its case from the ground up. The forensic evidence, the blood traces on his belongings, and the video footage recovered from his van that showed him disposing of Cheryl Dunlap's body while singing. After 4 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted him on 3 of 4 charges and voted unanimously to recommend death. On February 22, 2011, the court followed that recommendation, finding 6 aggravating factors. In 2021, after Hilton attempted to overturn the sentence by claiming ineffective counsel, the Florida Supreme Court upheld it. North Carolina came last. In March 2012, Hilton admitted to the kidnapping and murders of Jack and Irene Bryant and received 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, 1 for each count, running end to end, for 2 people who had parked their car at Yellow Gap Road on an ordinary Tuesday, been kind to a stranger with a dog, and trusted the mountain the way they always had. While the legal proceedings moved through their years, something quieter happened in the Georgia legislature. A reporter had filed an open records request for Meredith Emerson's crime scene and autopsy photographs. Her family fought it, and in March 2010, the Georgia House Governmental Affairs Committee passed House Bill 1322 unanimously, the Meredith Emerson Memorial Privacy Act, preventing crime scene photos from being publicly released or disseminated. Every crime victim in Georgia carries some protection today because a 24-year-old woman's family refused to let her worst moments become public property and then walked into the legislature and made that refusal into law. Her name is on a law that outlives her. Then came April 2025, death row, congestive heart failure, an appeal still technically moving through the courts, and Gary Hilton chose to sit across from a camera and confess to a murder he had already been convicted of, in a case that had already sentenced him to die, simply because a reporter asked, and he decided today was the day. Already convicted, already sentenced. The confession cost him nothing and changed nothing, and he delivered it with exactly that much weight. Meredith Hope Emerson died at 24 years old, and her name is attached to 3 things that will outlive everyone in this story. At the University of Georgia, the Meredith Hope Emerson Memorial Award for Study Abroad was created by the faculty and students who loved her in honor of the semester in France that her parents described as having made a wonderfully positive impression on her and changed her life. A French degree, a blue belt, a dog she was training to ease the pain of strangers, all of it threaded back to the person she had been building herself into at 24. The Right to Hike initiative was established by her friends in her memory, promoting anti-abduction education and hiker safety workshops across the country. Built from grief, aimed outward towards strangers on trails she would never walk again. And the Meredith Emerson Memorial Privacy Act, because when a reporter filed for her crime scene photographs, her family said no, and then made sure that no became permanent for every victim in Georgia who came after her. On the day of her memorial at Central Presbyterian Church in Atlanta, 600 people came, and every one of them wore green, her favorite color, the one thing her family asked. Outside in the garden, Ella waited. The dog she had spent months training to ease the pain of strangers sat in the cold, while 600 people in green said goodbye to the person who had trained her. Family spokeswoman Peggy Bailey told CNN that Ella was a part of Meredith that they would always have. In the margins of this case, for other names appear Judy Smith, Jason Knapp, Rosanna Miliani, Michael Scott Lewis, and it is important to say clearly what they are and what they are not. They are suspected victims of Gary Hilton. They are not confirmed. He has never been charged in connection with any of their deaths. Their cases remain open. Judy Smith's bones were found in Pisgah National Forest in 1997, near where Hilton would later leave another victim. Jason Knapp, a 20-year-old Clemson University student, disappeared in 1998 and was eventually declared legally dead. his car found at Table Rock State Park. Rosanna Miliani, 26 years old, vanished from the Appalachian Trail in 2005, and a store clerk later told investigators she believed she had seen Miliani with a man matching Hilton's description before she disappeared. Michael Scott Lewis, 27 years old, was found dismembered in Florida's Tomoka River in November 2007, packed in black bags. His head never recovered. Their families have no verdict, no agreement, no investigator led to a specific location in a specific forest. They live in the space between confirmed and unknown, and that space carries a human cost that no conviction in this case has ever touched. In the years following Gary Hilton's convictions, the National Park Service and FBI implemented improved trail monitoring and increased ranger patrols across the National Forest System, and cross-jurisdictional coordination protocols between state law enforcement became a documented focus of post-case reform. The structural gaps that allowed one man to move through 3 forests and 3 separate investigations were examined, and some of them were addressed. The trail was the trap. That has not changed. National forests are still vast and still beautiful, and a man with a van and a dog on a hiking trail still looks exactly like what Gary Hilton spent years making himself look like. The Bryants parked their maroon Ford Escape at Yellow Gap Road in October 2007, and nobody connected their disappearance to Cheryl Dunlap's in December, and nobody connected either of them to the man on Blood Mountain in January, until Meredith Emerson's disappearance finally generated enough public attention to make the pattern impossible to ignore, by which point 4 people were already gone, 2 life sentences, a death row conviction, a privacy act named after a 24-year-old woman who loved the color green. Is it enough? That question does not resolve, and it should not, and it will not. Not while 4 other names sit in the margins of a case file marked suspected and unconfirmed. Not while the forests are still vast. Not while the honest answer to how does one man stay invisible across 3 states and 3 investigations is still. Because the system was not built to see him. In April 2025, from a prison cell in Florida, Gary Hilton offered his final words on Meredith Emerson, the last person he killed, the one whose disappearance finally ended his movement through the forests. It was hard. You gotta remember we had spent several good days together. That is the last time his voice appears in this story. He is still alive. They are not.
Good morning, Lara. This morning, Elliot Rogers' parents, who are divorced, are not speaking publicly. But now we are learning that just moments before this all began, their son sent an ominous warning.
That what you saw happening has been just a collective trigger for women. He was clearly anti-woman. He clearly felt that women owed him something, that he was being denied his due.
He had multiple, and I'm telling you, multiple therapists. He had a social worker who, as recently as last week, was concerned, and who's the one that actually called the police.
10:17 p.m., April 30th, 2014. 4 sheriff's deputies and a UCSB police officer walk up to an apartment on Seville Road in East La Vista, California. One of them knocks on the door, and a 22-year-old answers the door. He was shy, timid, and polite. They speak with him for 10 minutes. They ask about some videos he has posted online. He tells them he has been having trouble fitting in, that the videos are just a way of expressing himself. The sheriffs find no reason to go inside, so they leave. They didn't know, but inside that apartment, at that moment, are 3 legally purchased firearms, hundreds of rounds of ammunition, and a written document detailing exactly what he intended to do and who he intended to do it to. Days later, 6 people who had nothing to do with any of it were killed. The story you're about to hear was documented before it happened. The warnings existed. The officers showed up. Every system designed to prevent this was given the information. And still, 6 people never came home. Not because nobody saw it coming, because seeing it coming wasn't enough. Elliot Oliver Robertson Roger was born on July 24, 1991, in London, England. His father, Peter Roger, was a British filmmaker, a second-unit director whose credits would eventually include work on the popular movie, The Hunger Games. His mother, Lee Chin, was Malaysian, a nurse who had been working on film sets in England when she met Peter. When Elliot was 5 years old, his father's career brought the family to Woodland Hills, California, an upscale neighborhood on the western edge of Los Angeles. They brought and lived with his maternal grandmother with them, and for a brief window, it was a complete family in a new country. But it did not stay that way, because Elliot's parents divorced when he was 7. His father remarried a Moroccan actress. His mother raised him largely on her own, working as a research assistant for a film company on a salary of $40,000 a year. In court documents from the divorce, Lee Chin described her son as a high-functioning autistic child with special needs. His father disputed the diagnosis, saying he had not been informed of any evaluation. A child psychiatrist was arranged. Elliot Roger could not connect with other people, and he had never been able to. He cried in crowds, preferred to write things down rather than speak them aloud. He displayed repetitive behaviors, tapping, rocking, small compulsive movements. Elliot was moved from school to school as his parents tried to find an environment where he could find his footing. He was bullied in middle school and also in high school. By 15, he was on Xanax and Prozac, and less than a year later, he stopped taking them regularly. A life coach checked in on him regularly. The people who were watching him, his father, mother, the therapists, were watching something they could not name clearly enough to stop. A young man who was, as one account put it, noticeably sad and alone but highly functioning, his troubles never crossing the visible threshold that would have required someone to act. Until one night, a Friday night on May 23, 2014. Isla Vista, California is an unincorporated community pressed up against the edge of UC Santa Barbara, where the population turns over every 4 years, and most of the people walking around on any given night are somewhere in the middle of becoming who they are going to be. On Friday night, on May 23, 2014, 6 people went out that evening and did not come back. There were people who knew something was wrong before that Friday night. The documented record says so. This video is about what they knew, and what the gap between what they knew and what happened cost 6 people their lives. But before I take you into that documented record, you need to know the victims of Isla Vista. Their names deserve to be said out loud. Chung Yuan Hong, a 20-years-old growing man, was born in Taipei, grew up in San Jose, and came to UCSB to study computer engineering. He participated in a 24-hour programming marathon sponsored by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. Chung loved playing table tennis. His resident assistant from his freshman year said he had a contagious laugh, that any event in the dorms felt incomplete without him. His parents said his years at UCSB were the happiest of his life. His father, Henry Hong, spoke publicly in the days after. He said, "It may be too late for our kids, but I don't want it to be too late for other American children." A father, in the first days of losing his son, already thinking about other people's children. That is the specific shape of who raised Chung Yuan Hong. Weian Wang is also 20 years old, also from China and a UCSB student too. He and his parents had immigrated to the Bay Area a decade before. His mother called him her only son. His father, when the news came, could only stand in a doorway and hold his wife while sounds came out of him that had no words in them. For the summer, the family had plans. Wayon was going to come home to Fremont. They were going to take a trip to Yellowstone, something they had been talking about, something his mother had looked forward to. And in July, they were going to celebrate his 21st birthday. Elliot Rodger had been in therapy since childhood. In the weeks before May 23rd, his mother viewed videos he had posted online. What she saw alarmed her enough to call a crisis hotline. She told them what she had seen. His therapist had also raised concerns. Based on those calls, a mental health staff member requested a welfare check from the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office. On April 30th, 2014, 4 deputies and a UCSB police officer responded. They went to the door of his apartment, and more officers than a standard welfare check would send. 2 who were not assigned to the call came anyway, because they knew him from an earlier case. They found him shy, timid, and polite. He told them the videos were just a way of expressing himself. They had been informed the videos were disturbing. They did not watch them before going to his door, and they did not watch them after. They left not knowing that inside his apartment at that moment, 3 legally purchased firearms with hundreds of rounds of ammunition and a written plan. He later wrote about the night of the welfare check. He wrote that he had been terrified they would search his room, and that if they had, it would have ended everything. George Chun was also a victim. He's 19 years old, from San Jose. He had moved into the apartment on Seville Road. His mother, Kelly Wong, said in the days after, "We would die 100 times, 1,000 times, but we don't want our kids to get hurt. This shouldn't happen to any family. This should be the last one in the United States." Katie Cooper was 22 years old, from Chino Hills. She was an art history and classics double major at UCSB, a painter, someone who wanted to be a museum curator. She was weeks away from graduating when she died. Her sorority sisters called her Mama Bear, selfless, generous, the first to offer help in any situation. She had a Safety Sis Award from Tri Delta, hand-decorated in green glitter paint, given to her for making sure people got home safely around campus. On the night of May 23rd, she was doing exactly that. Her father said she was escorting 2 of her sorority sisters home so they would not have to walk alone. That is what she was doing when she was shot, walking other people safely home in the dark. Her friends said she was a self-proclaimed princess. Her 5th grade teacher remembered the school dance where Katie, without being asked, walked up to the boy no one wanted to dance with and said she would be his partner. Veronica Weiss, the 5th on our list. She was also a 19-year-old student from Westlake Village, a first-year student at UCSB, a member of Delta Delta Delta, a water polo player, captain of her high school team. She always wore Converse shoes. Her sorority sisters said she spent more time in the chapter house than anywhere else on campus, that her enthusiasm for life motivated people around her to become better versions of themselves. On May 24th, 2014, one day after the shooting, Richard Martinez stood in front of cameras outside the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's headquarters. He had not yet been able to see his son's body. His family had spent the night making calls, trying to confirm what detectives had told them. The calls went unanswered. One full day after the attack, there was still no official word about Christopher, but there was a press conference. Most people in that position would not have been able to speak. Most people would have been somewhere quiet, being held by someone, trying to survive the first 24 hours of the rest of their lives. Richard Martinez stood in front of the cameras. He was a criminal defense lawyer. He had spent his career with words. He chose to use them. He spoke about his son. He spoke about the families whose children would not come home. He spoke about what he believed had made this possible. The policies, the access, the systems that had been given every opportunity to intervene and had not. He said, "When will this insanity stop?" He said, "Not one more." And then he could not speak anymore, and a chaplain led him inside. That was day one, and he did not stop. He pledged to turn no media outlet down, no matter how large, no matter how small. He testified before the California legislature as it drafted AB 1014, the gun violence restraining order law that passed in September 2014, for months after his son died. He traveled the country. He left his legal career to work full-time for Everytown for gun safety. He sent hundreds of thousands of postcards to elected officials. He kept saying his son's name in rooms where people had the power to do something about what had happened to him. A decade later, he is still speaking. "People tell you to get over it," he said in 2024. "I don't want to get over it. Chris was the only child I had. I don't want to forget him." Richard Martinez has spent over a decade making sure the people with the power to prevent the next one know his son's name. That is what survival looks like in a case that has no survivor in the traditional sense of the word. Christopher Ross Michaels Martinez, a 20-year-old student of USBC, English major, from Los Osos, California. He was a sophomore at UCSB, wrapping up his second year, preparing to spend his junior year studying abroad at Queen Mary University, London, something he was, by his father's account, very excited about. Both his parents were attorneys. He wanted to go to law school. He had grown up watching what that work looked like, and he had decided it was the life he wanted. Chris was a basketball player. His coach called him a coach's dream, a team player, a hard worker, someone who stayed after practice to work on his shots. His cousin said he was smart and gentle and kind in every part of his life, until you met him on the basketball court. Then you were faced with a fierce, unrelenting competitor. On the last day of his life, he participated in a beach cleanup near UCSB. That evening, he was inside the Isla Vista Deli Mart on Pardall Road when he was shot. He died at the scene. 2 hours before, his father had called him. They had talked about London. They had talked about what he would pack. Christopher's father has spent every year since in rooms he would not otherwise have entered, saying and named the people in those rooms needed to hear.
We were walking down the street and we heard it sounded like fireworks. It didn't even sound like a gunshot, honestly. That's why I was just like, what are people doing? Because people get really stupid out here sometimes, and I just thought it was like fireworks or something. But by the time we got across the street, it was actual gunshots. We heard them come right down here.
The attack did not begin at 9:27 p.m. It began earlier that day, in the apartment on Seville Road. Sometime before the shooting started, Elliot Rodger killed 3 people in his own home. He used 2 knives, a 6-inch blade, and an 8-inch hunting knife. The sheriff's report later documented that he had practiced the stabbing on his bed sheets and pillows before he did it. Chung Yuan Hong, known to his friends as James, was stabbed to death in the apartment he shared with Rodger on Seville Road. Multiple stab wounds. George Chun, who had come over that evening to visit his friends, was stabbed to death in the same apartment. Multiple stab wounds. Weihan Wong, known as David, was stabbed to death in that apartment. Multiple stab wounds. The 3 of them were found hours later, when deputies finally searched the apartment after the shooting outside had already ended. A family friend told reporters the 3 of them had been trying to find a way to move out. Rodger was so strange, the friend said. They want to leave. Their bodies were discovered while the rest of Isla Vista was still trying to understand what had happened outside. At 9:27 p.m., Roger drove to the Alpha Phi sorority house at Embarcadero del Norte and Segovia Road. He knocked on the front door, loud, aggressive knocking that lasted 1 to 2 minutes. Nobody answered. He walked back across the street. Katie Cooper and Veronica Weiss were standing outside near the sorority house with a group of women. Roger shot them from across the street with a SIG Sauer P226 handgun. Both were struck. Both died from their wounds. A third woman was shot and survived. He got back in his BMW and drove to Pardo Road. He pulled up to the Ivy Deli Mart, got out of his car, walked inside, and shot Christopher Ross. Christopher died at the scene while his roommate, who was nearby, ran to him and tried to revive him. He could not. From there, Roger drove through the streets of Isla Vista, firing from his car window at pedestrians and bicyclists, striking 7 more people with gunfire and ramming 7 others with the vehicle. He exchanged gunfire with sheriff's deputies twice. A deputy was wounded. He was shot in the hip. At 9:35 p.m., 8 minutes after the first shots were fired outside the sorority house, his BMW crashed into a parked car on Sabado Tard Road. Deputies approached the vehicle and found Elliot Roger dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Elliot Roger died at the scene. He was never arrested, never charged, never tried, never questioned, never placed in a courtroom where a prosecutor could stand and read his name alongside the names of the 6 people he killed. The families of the victims never got trial. What they got instead was a press conference, and then a law, passed 4 months later, after testimony they should never have had to give. The 3 legal firearms that was purchased legally by Elliot Roger, waiting inside a door that 4 law enforcement officers stood on the other side of and chose not to open. For those, AB 1014 went into effect in California on January 1st, 2016. It was the first law of its kind in the country. It allows family members and law enforcement to petition a court to temporarily remove firearms from someone determined to pose a significant risk to themselves or others. In San Diego County alone, more than 400 weapons and nearly 80,000 rounds of ammunition have been seized under the law since 2017. Weian Wang's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit. So did the families of Chung Yuan Hong and George Chun. They reached a settlement. Richard Martinez testified. He traveled. He made the calls and took the meetings and stood in the rooms and said the name. By 2024, 21 states had enacted some version of the law he helped build. 29 have not. In those 29 states, the mechanism that could have opened the door on April 30th, 2014 does not exist. The gap between what is known about a person and what the law allows anyone to do about it, that gap is open. It is not a historical condition. It is a current one. It is the condition under which people in those states are living right now, today, in the same legal landscape that existed in Isla Vista on the night before everything. The families of 6 people who died in 10 minutes on a Friday night in May 2014 have spent over a decade living inside the distance between what was known and what was done. That distance is smaller than it was. It is not closed. And in 29 states, the families of the next 6 people are living inside that same distance right now, without the key, without the door, in the same legal landscape that existed in Isla Vista the night before everything. If this video meant something to you, if these 6 people meant something to you, subscribe. Share with someone that need to watch this video. In the late 70s California, a man lived by a terrifying rule. If a door was locked, he believed he wasn't welcome. But if it was unlocked, to him was an invitation to enter and recharge his blood. Inside those invited homes, he did the most unimaginable things ever known to mankind. Things that would make him the most barbaric man in the California's history. He didn't just kill. He butchered families to feed a delusion so gruesome, it still haunts the detectives who eventually walked into his apartment. But the most terrifying part isn't what this man did. It's that the system knew he would do it. Years earlier, he was evaluated and committed. Medical staffs wrote in plain English that he was a documented threat who was never to be set free. The system released him anyway. A warning to our viewers. What you are about to watch involves depictions of extreme violence, mental health crisis, and disturbing forensic details. This documentary is intended for a mature audience. Viewer discretion is heavily advised. Sacramento, in 1978. Specifically, the quiet tree-lined streets of the North area. To the outside world, it was the definition of post-war safety. People didn't just leave their doors unlocked. They didn't even know where their keys were. On Millard Way, in an apartment that looks like every other apartment on that block, there's a man named Richard Chase. He is just 27 years old, and he lives alone in his apartment. Richard Leva Chase was born on May 23, 1950, in Santa Clara County, California. His history of animal cruelty was documented from a young age, observed, recorded, and kept part of his clinical file before he ever entered the psychiatric system. As a young adult, something further broke loose. Chase developed the fixed belief that his blood was turning to powder inside his body, that his heart was being stolen, and he needed fresh blood from an outside source to keep himself intact. He injected rabbit blood into his veins intravenously. He got himself hospitalized as a result and was committed to a state psychiatric facility. Inside the facility, staff observed him obtaining birds and consuming their blood. That fact was placed in his clinical record, the most recent and concrete evidence available to the people who would decide whether he was ready to leave. Some of those staff members recommended against his release. But in 1976, Richard Chase was discharged and released to the community. 14 months after Chase's discharge in 1976, he committed his first murder in December 1977. But before that first murder, there were 14 months of something. 14 months in which the city of Sacramento had no idea what it had inherited. Chase moved into an apartment on Millard Way, alone, and what happened inside that apartment over the course of those months was visible to anyone paying attention. The neighbors were already paying the attention. They smell something organic and wrong bleeding through the walls of Chase's apartment. The kind of smell that does not come from a kitchen and does not go away. They saw him in the hallways and on the street, and what they saw was a man who had come unmoored from anything that looked like ordinary life. They reported it. They did what people are supposed to do when something is wrong. But the system received those calls and did not move. Inside that apartment, Chase was killing animals. To him, what he was doing made complete sense. The delusion that had put him inside the psychiatric facility in the first place had not resolved. It had simply moved from a supervised environment to an unsupervised one. The belief that his blood was failing him, that he needed fresh blood from outside his body to keep himself intact, that belief was still there, still running, still driving every decision he made inside those four walls. The animals were a function of that belief. And when the animals were no longer enough, the trajectory turned to a much worse desires. His mother was in contact with him during this period. Some accounts from the trial record describe her reducing his prescribed medication. She believed that he no longer needed it at the level he had been given. And on the morning of December 29th, 1977, Richard Chase attacked his first victim. Ambrose Griffin was 51 years old, and on the afternoon of December 29, 1977, he had just come home from grocery shopping with his wife. That is the last ordinary image of his life. Not a crime scene, not an investigation report, not a body in a driveway. A man carrying groceries. A Tuesday afternoon in a residential street in Sacramento. The kind of afternoon that has no reason to be remembered except that it was his last one. Richard Chase drove past the house at 3929 Tioga Way and fired from the moving car. Ambrose Griffin was shot and killed where he stood. His wife was standing in the same driveway. She was wounded, and she survived. She was there when her husband fell. Whatever that moment was like for her, it is not something this narration will reach into and pull apart. She lost her husband in their driveway on a Tuesday afternoon, and then she had to keep living, and that is enough to know. The investigation that followed had almost nothing to work with. There was no connection between Chase and the Griffin family. No shared history, no prior contact, no argument, no debt, no threat of any kind that led from the man in the car back to the man in the driveway. The decision had nothing behind it that a homicide investigation was designed to find. The investigators worked with what they had: a shell casing, a wounded widow, a dead man who had done nothing to invite what happened to him except exist in the wrong driveway at the wrong moment. While the Griffin case stayed open, Chase is already looking for his next victim. Teresa Wallen was 22 years old and 3 months pregnant, and on the morning of January 23, 1978, she was home alone. Her husband David had gone to work. The house was quiet in the way houses are quiet when a person is in them by themselves. Not empty, but still. Whatever she had planned for that day, whatever she was doing when she heard the front door open, is not in the record. The front door was unlocked. She left it unlocked because it was a normal morning like every other mornings. She was home, and that is what people do. Richard Chase had a belief about doors, documented in interrogation, confirmed in his own words. A locked door meant he was unwanted. An unlocked door was permission. He had driven down Tioga Way, the same street where Ambrose Griffin had been shot in his driveway 25 days earlier, and he had found a door that was open to him. He walked into the house of Teresa Wallen. She heard footsteps that did not belong to her husband. She was 22 years old and was carrying a child. That is the last thing we could say about her final seconds on earth. Her husband David came home later that day and found her. The call he made brought investigators to the same front door, and what those investigators found inside that house told them immediately that what they were dealing with was something categorically different from a motiveless drive-by shooting. Post-mortem acts had been committed, and the scene was unlike anything the responding officers had processed before, and the way they looked coming back out of that house told everyone waiting outside exactly how unlike anything it was. Blood covered the walls and the floor. Teresa Wallen had been shot, and then Chase had remained in that house with her body, cutting into her, taking from her, using her blood in the way his delusion demanded. What he did in that room is specific and devastating, and it is the clearest evidence of exactly what the institution released into Sacramento when it signed his discharge papers. The investigators wouldn't have a name yet, but they understood, standing on that street on January 23rd, that whatever this was, it was not over. Once again, Richard Chase continued to move on, and a much worse view will be waiting for them in the next few days. After the Wallenstein, Sacramento PD did what professional investigators do when a case moves beyond what standard procedure was built to handle. They called for help. The FBI's behavioral science unit had been developing something new at the time: the psychological profiling of violent offenders, building a portrait of an unknown perpetrator from the evidence left behind at crime scenes. In 1978, this was not standard practice. It was new enough to be debated inside law enforcement and trusted enough by some. Sacramento made a call, and the man who came was Robert Ressler. Ressler examined what was available, the Griffin shooting, the Wallenstein, and built a profile. White male, thin in his late 20s, living alone, close to the crime scenes, unemployed or working erratically, and the detail that would matter most, known to authorities in some capacity at some point in his history. That last part was not a guess. The Wallenstein had told Ressler something specific about the psychology of the person he was looking for. This was not an organized offender. It was someone who planned carefully, covered his tracks, moved deliberately. This was disorganized and compulsive. Someone living in chaos and acting from inside it. The kind of person who tends to leave a trail before the first murder, not just after. The kind of person the system has usually already touched. The profile was pointing back toward an institution. It was pointing, without knowing it yet, toward a man who had already been inside one and had been let out. Ressler and the investigators working the case understood something else. The interval between Chase's killings was short. The Griffin shooting had been December 29th. The Wallen murder was January 23rd, 25 days. The evidence suggested the next one would not wait another 25. They had a profile and a theory in a city that did not yet fully understand how afraid it should be. They had a few days. That day was January 26th, 3 days from the Wallen murder. Evelyn Meeroth was 36 years old, and on the morning of Saturday, January 27th, 1978, she was doing what family members do for each other. She was keeping her nephew safe while his parents needed her to. Her 6-year-old son Jason was home. Her friend Dan Meredith had come by. The house at 3207 Marywood Drive was full of the particular energy of a Saturday morning with a child in it. The sounds of ordinary life, a morning with nowhere particular it needed to be. Dan Meredith was 51 years old. He was there because that is what friendship does. It shows up, it visits, it sits in someone's kitchen on a Saturday morning and talks about nothing important. He had every reason to be there. Jason Meeroth was 6 years old. He was home on a Saturday morning with his mother. David Ferrero was 22 months old, Evelyn's nephew, brought to his aunt's house that morning because she wants to look after him. Richard Chase had driven past the house. In his documented logic, the door presented no obstacle, so he just went in. Evelyn Meeroth was a caregiver. She was responsible, in that house on that morning, for 3 other people: her son, her nephew, her friend. The terror of that morning is not just the physical violence, but more terror is Evelyn Meeroth understanding what was happening and understanding simultaneously that she could not reach her son, could not shield her nephew, could not do the one thing every instinct she had was screaming at her to do. The house closed in around her. Dan Meredith was shot in the head. He was 51 years old, and he was there because he was a friend. Jason Meeroth was 6 years old. Evelyn Meeroth was found in her bedroom. Blood covered the walls and the floor. Chase had remained in that house after he killed her, cutting into her, taking from her, using what he found in the way his delusion demanded. The responding officers who entered the house are documented to having been visibly affected by what they found. Chase took Dan Meredith's car keys and left in Meredith's vehicle. He did not leave alone. David Ferreira, 22 months old, the child Evelyn had been keeping safe that morning, was taken from that house when Chase walked out. 3 people were dead at the scene. A 6-year-old was dead, and a 22-month-old was missing. Sacramento was about to understand what it was dealing with. The Marywood Drive scene was discovered on January 27, 1978, and what followed was not panic in the loose sense of the word. It was the specific, purposeful fear of a community that had finally understood completely what was loose inside it. Schools increased security. Neighbors who had never thought twice about an unlocked door were locking them. The image of a missing infant, 22 months old, taken from a house where 4 other people had just been killed, produced the kind of communal fear that does not require direction. People understood without being told. The search for David Ferreira continued. Sacramento PD was moving as fast as the evidence allowed. The profile pointed towards someone already in the system. Investigators were cross-referencing the Griffin case, the Wallen scene, the Miroth massacre, running every available lead at speed, looking for the thread that connected them. What they needed was a name, and the name did not come from the profile or the database or the investigation alone. It came from a woman who had been to school with Richard Chase and trusted what she saw when she saw him. Her name was Nancy Holden. She had gone to high school with Richard Chase, and she encountered him in the days after the Miroth murders, in the area near the scene, acting in a way that registered immediately as wrong. She could not have articulated every specific thing she noticed. She did not need to. She called it in and gave investigators his name. This is worth a moment, because it connects directly to the beginning of this episode. Neighbor have reported Chase before the first murder. The system received that report and did not act. Nancy Holden reported what she saw in January 1978, and this time, with 6 people dead and a city locked behind its own doors, the system moved. The difference was not the quality of the report. It was never the quality of the report. Investigators traced Chase to his apartment at 2780 Millard Way. On January 28, 1978, the day after the Miroth massacre, they went to arrest him. He was coming out of the building as they arrived, carrying a box. When he saw the investigators, he ran, but was detained within moments. Inside the box was physical evidence connecting him directly to the murders. And inside his apartment, investigators found what 14 months of undisturbed escalation looked like. Bloodstained blenders, remains, the physical residue of everything Chase had believed, everything he had done, everything the institution had documented in his file, and then released into a city that had no idea he was coming. It was all there, none of it hidden, because in his psychology there was nothing to hide. He had not been doing anything wrong. He had been surviving. Richard Chase was arrested that day on January 28, 1978. He offered no resistance. Richard Chase was committed to a psychiatric facility. Inside that facility, staff observed him obtaining birds, killing them, consuming their blood. That behavior was documented. It was placed in his clinical record. It was the most recent and most concrete evidence available to the people whose job it was to determine whether he was safe to release. Some of those staff members recommended against his release. The institution released him anyway. No individual staff member is named here, and no individual is blamed. What is examined here is the architecture, the decision-making structure of a system that was not built to hold someone like Chase for as long as he needed to be held, and that resolved an internal disagreement about his readiness in favor of discharge. In 1976, that structure produced a decision. Richard Chase walked out. In the 14 months between his discharge and his first murder, neighbors reported him. Those reports were received by the broader network of systems, not the psychiatric facility, which had already discharged him and considered its obligation complete, but the other structures that are supposed to catch what the first one misses. They received those reports. They had no reliable protocol for adding them up. The gap between his discharge and the first murder is 26 months. 26 months in which every warning was in the system somewhere, and the system had no mechanism to respond to all of them at once. 6 people died. One of them was 6 years old. One of them was 22 months old. One of them was 22 years old and 3 months pregnant. The institution had the man who killed them in its care 2 years before the first murder. It evaluated him. It documented what it saw. Some of its staff said he was not ready. It released him anyway. What would it have taken for the institution to make a different decision? This episode asks that once. It does not answer it. What is not complicated is the arithmetic. 1 institutional decision, and then 6 names. Richard Chase was charged with 6 counts of first-degree murder. His legal team entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. His documented psychiatric history was not in dispute. The commitment, the delusions, the clinical record of mind and breakdown was all part of the case. The question was whether that history met the legal threshold for insanity under California law at the time. The prosecution's answer was built around the unlocked door. Chase's own documented logic, that a locked door meant he was unwanted, that an unlocked door was permission, was presented as evidence of legal sanity. Under California law, the insanity defense required that the defendant either did not know what they were doing or did not know that what they were doing was wrong. The prosecution argued that Chase's door logic demonstrated precisely the opposite. He understood the social norm of consent. He had a system, a delusional system, but a system that tracked acceptable entry from unacceptable entry. That understanding placed him, legally, within the definition of a man who knew what he was doing. The jury agreed. Richard Chase was convicted on all 6 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death in California's gas chamber. His behavior during the trial was erratic, at times incoherent, consistent with the psychiatric history his own legal team had entered into evidence. The trial produced a verdict. The verdict produced a sentence. Richard Chase died on December 26, 1980, in his cell at San Quentin State Prison. He had been hoarding his prescribed antidepressant medication over a period of time, setting aside doses, accumulating what he needed, and on December 26th, he took them all. His death was ruled a suicide. He was 30 years old. The families of 6 victims had waited through the arrest, through the trial, through the sentence. California had sentenced him to death. He died before the state could carry it out. That fact requires no editorial comment. The comment it makes on itself is already complete. The label the media had given him, the vampire of Sacramento, died with him in that cell. What did not die were the 6 names.
In relation to this attack was that the victim's panties and pantyhose had been removed. However, there was no evidence whatsoever of any sexual assault.
Police tonight are warning that a deranged killer is on the loose. He's now killed twice and may strike again.
The most dangerous man in the society is the man that looks like a friend, but deep inside, he has his own plans. When I say plans, I mean the bad plans. In 1989, on Sydney's North Shore, a middle-aged man spent his afternoons delivering pies to nursing homes and volunteering at the Senior Citizen Society. The elderly women on the North Shore knew his face. Some of them knew his name. Not one of them knew what he was. He drove a van through the same streets every week. He knew which nurses took their lunch break at noon. He knew which elderly residents lived alone. He knew which blocks of flats had foyers that nobody watched. He smiled at everyone. He waved from the road. He was, by every measure the North Shore used to judge a man, completely harmless. This man had a wife and 2 daughters whom he loved and don't wish to see them hurt. On March 19th, 1990, for detectives, enter a house they had been watching and observing for over 7 hours. They moved through the rooms, and just near the back door, they found a hammer, lying in a pool of blood. They kept moving. What they find inside the house will end 14 months of terror on Sydney's North Shore. It will put a name and a face to something that had moved through the most comfortable, most safe-feeling suburban corridor in Australia. Before we get to that house, before we get to that door, and that hammer, and those 7 hours of silence, you need to understand what this place was. You need to understand the man the North Shore trusted, and you need to know the names of the women he killed. Sydney's North Shore in 1989 is one of the most comfortable places in Australia to grow old. Military Road runs through Mossman like a main street should, lined with butchers and bakers and newsagents that have been there for 30 years. The streets that branch off it are leafy and quiet and sloped toward the harbor. The houses are old sandstone and fresh paint. The gardens are roses and camellias. There are cafes where women meet on Wednesday mornings and RSL clubs where men play cards on Thursday afternoons. If you lived on Sydney's North Shore in the late 1980s and you worked in a nursing home or a retirement village or a hospital, you probably knew the Pie Man. He drove a van. He showed up on schedule. He knew your name. He remembered which nurses preferred the steak and which ones always asked for the chicken. He was the kind of man who made small talk feel easy, the kind of man who left a room slightly warmer than he found it. The kind of man who, when you think back on him later, you struggle to picture without a smile. His name was John Wayne Glover. He was 56 years old. He had been born in Wolverhampton, England, in 1932, and he had arrived in Australia in 1957 as a young man with a record for petty theft, handbags, mostly, and items of women's clothing, and a talent for reinvention. He had built a life here, a real one, on the surface. He was married to a woman named Gay. Together they had 2 daughters. Their house in Mossman is right in the middle of the suburb where he made his deliveries on the streets where his customers lived. John Wayne Glover volunteered at the Senior Citizen Society. In the years before the killings began, Glover gave his time to the elderly residents of the North Shore. He visited, sat with them, and learned their routines, their neighborhoods, and their faces. He was a familiar presence in a community that valued familiar presences. He was not a loner. He was not odd. He was not the man who made your skin crawl when he walked into a room. He was the man you waved to, a man who knew your order. His sales route ran through Mossman, Neutral Bay, Cremorne, Belrose. Every suburb where the murders would occur. Every street where the women he would kill took their afternoon walks, carried their shopping, lived their ordinary lives within 100 meters of the man who was watching them. He had been building this knowledge for years. He had been doing it in plain sight, and nobody, absolutely nobody on the North Shore, in the nursing homes, had any idea what the Pie Man was planning. Gwendolyn Mitchell Hill was 82 years old, and she had lived in Mossman long enough to know every shopkeeper on Military Road by name. She lived in a block of flats on that same road, one of those solid, mid-century buildings that sit between the cafes and the chemists, their foyers tiled and quiet, their letterboxes worn from decades of use. She was the kind of woman the North Shore produced in abundance, independent, self-sufficient, sharply alert to the rhythms of her neighborhood. She walked to the shops because she had always walked to the shops, because there was no reason not to, because Military Road was safe and always had been, and the idea that it might not be had simply never presented itself to her as a possibility worth entertaining. On the 1st of March, 1989, John Wayne Glover followed Gwendolyn Mitchell Hill into the foyer of her block of flats on Military Road. He struck her with a hammer. She died of her injuries. There was no reason to believe she would be anything other than the victim of a single, terrible crime. A robbery gone wrong. A random act. The kind of violence that happens everywhere, occasionally, even on the streets that have decided they are safe. The North Shore grieved her. The police investigated, and John Wayne Glover drove to the Mossman RSL and sat down at a poker machine and fed it the cash he had taken from her body. He played for a while. He ordered a drink. He went home back to his family. Before we say what happened to Winifreda Ashton on Raglan Street, you need to understand who she was. Because Winifreda Ashton was not simply an elderly woman in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was a woman who had lived inside the world of Australian art and society for decades, and whose name carried weight in the community she called home. She was the widow of Sir Will Ashton, the English-born, Australian-adopted Impressionist painter whose work had shaped how a generation of Australians thought about light and landscape and the particular quality of an afternoon on the harbour. Sir Will Ashton had died years before, but Winifreda had continued to carry his name and legacy through the community on the North Shore that had known them both. She was 82 years old, and she was still, in the way that the best people always are, entirely herself. She lived on Raglan Street in Mossman. She walked and managed her own affairs. She was, by all accounts, a woman of composed dignity and quiet independence. The kind of woman who had outlasted harder things than most people face and had no particular intention of slowing down. Her street was pleasant. Her neighborhood was familiar. She had no reason to be afraid. On the 9th of May, 1989, 69 days after Gwendolyn Mitchell Hill died in a foyer on Military Road, Lady Winifreda Ashton was found near her home on Raglan Street. She had been beaten with a hammer. She had been strangled with her own tights. She was 82 years old. She was the widow of a knight. She had lived a life of genuine substance and genuine grace. And she died on a street she had walked 1,000 times, at the hands of a man she had almost certainly seen before, a man with a van and a familiar face and a smile she would have had no reason to distrust. Two elderly women now, both on the North Shore, attacked with a hammer and both strangled. The method was identical. The geography was close. Detectives who worked the two cases separately began to look at them together, and the shape of something started to form. Not a certainty yet, not a pattern with a name, but a discomfort. There was no task force yet, no profile to chase. There were only two dead women and a question, and the North Shore went on being the North Shore. But John Wayne Glover continued driving his route. Margaret Pawhud was 85 years old, and she was walking home from the shops. She was doing the thing she had done 100 times, on a street she trusted, in a suburb that had given her no reason to do otherwise. She carried her shopping. She knew the way home, and she was not afraid, because there was nothing here to be afraid of. That was the understanding. That was the contract the North Shore had made with the people who lived on it. A small schoolgirl found Margaret Pawhud's body moments after the attack. Moments close enough that Glover was still near. Close enough that the girl arrived at a scene that had only just been left. He had rearranged Margaret Pawhud's belongings after he killed her. Her shopping, her bag, her things, moved and placed and ordered by the hands that had just taken her life. Margaret Pawhud died on the 2nd of November, 1989. Less than 24 hours later, all of Cleveland was dead. She was 81 years old, and lived at Wesley Gardens Retirement Village in Belrose, a place designed, in its entire purpose and architecture, to be safe. A retirement village is not just a building. It is a promise. It is the physical expression of a society's commitment to the people who have given their decades to it. A place where the doors are managed and the neighbors are watchful, and the idea that something could reach through the gates and take someone is supposed to be unthinkable. She had spent her life building toward a retirement that meant something. A husband, perhaps in a garden, lunches with the women on her floor. Small pleasures accumulated across decades of living. She was 81 years old, and she had earned every one of those small pleasures, and she was outside, just for a moment, in the car park of the place that was supposed to be safe, when Glover grabbed her from behind. He strangled her with her own pantyhose. He left her where she fell. 2 women in 24 hours. The same man, the same method, the same geography, a gap so small it barely deserved to be called a gap at all. It was the 2 killings in 24 hours that forced the hand to make a move. In November 1989, 10 months after Gwendolyn Mitchell Hill died in the foyer on Military Road, a 70-officer task force was formally assembled to investigate what was now being called the Granny Killer murders. The name was blunt, and the press had found it first. And once the press has a name for a thing, it tends to stay. 70 officers, a dedicated operation, the formal acknowledgement that this was a series, that there was a pattern, that there was a man. The North Shore knew now too. The thing that had been a discomfort in the summer was a fear by November. Elderly women had stopped walking alone to the shops. Security companies were reporting record business. The suburb that had felt like a guarantee was learning, for the first time in its prosperous and protected life, what it felt like to be afraid. 70 officers desperately looking for a profile. They needed to know who they were looking for. They were about to be given one, but it would only point them entirely in the wrong direction. Muriel Falconer was 93 years old. She had been born in the 19th century. She had lived through 2 world wars, through the Depression, through decades of change so profound that the world she was born in had effectively ceased to exist before she reached middle age. She had outlasted almost everyone she had ever known, living independently, still in her own home, in Mossman, in November of 1989, which ought to have meant something. Ought to have meant she was safe. Muriel Falconer had her own routine. She knew and loved her neighbors. She knew every street which she had been walking since before most of the people on it had been born, and she had never once had a reason to be afraid on it. On the 23rd of November, 1989, John Wayne Glover followed her home on Muston Street. He struck her with a hammer and later strangled her. He left immediately. Her body was not found until the following morning. She lay there through the night of November 23rd, and while Glover drove to the Mossman RSL and sat at his poker machine and fed it the money he had taken from her, he played, drank, and drove home to his wife and his daughters like nothing happened. Nobody knew. Nobody came looking. 93 years old. She had survived almost a century of living, and she died in the hallway of her own home, and nobody found her until the next day. But Muriel Falconer's death gave the task force something they had not had before. For the first time in the series of murders, forensic evidence was recovered from the scene. What exactly was recovered has not been fully detailed, but the significance was clear to the investigators who processed it. After 5 deaths and a growing number of non-fatal assaults across the North Shore, the investigation now had something physical, something that could belong to a specific person, something that was not just a pattern, but a trace. Glover was somewhere still delivering pies. He was still smiling at nurses. He was still driving the route. There is a particular quality to the Mossman RSL on a weekday afternoon. It is not glamorous, and not the kind of place that features in guidebooks. It is a low-ceilinged room with carpet that has been cleaned too many times, and bar stools that have held the same men on the same afternoons for 20 years, a row of poker machines along. John Wayne Glover came here in the afternoons. After work, after his deliveries, he was a regular, and he had a preferred machine, the way most regulars do. The staff knew his face. He was pleasant and left tips sometimes. The kind of man who made small talk feel easy. He paid for his time at the machines with cash. Crumpled notes, mostly. Sometimes coins. Money he had taken in the hours before he sat down, from the bodies of women he had beaten and strangled on the streets of the suburb that surrounded the club. He fed the dead women's money into the machine, and he watched the reels, and he ordered another drink as he sat there in the ordinary afternoon light of the Mossman RSL, while the suburb outside grieved and feared and locked its doors. He killed in the afternoon and gambled the same evening, every single time. The 70-officer task force needed a profile, and in 1989, criminal psychological profiling was being presented to police forces across the Western world as a tool of real precision, a method by which the accumulated study of offender behavior could narrow a field of thousands to a handful, could describe a man who had left no witnesses and no name, could give investigators a direction when they had none. The profile produced for the Granny Killer Task Force told them they were looking for a man between the ages of 15 and 35. A loner. Someone who had recently experienced a significant family upheaval, a divorce, a death, or maybe a disruption of some kind. But John fits almost none of that. John Wayne Glover was 57 years old. He was married with 2 daughters. He was sociable and well-dressed and familiar to the entire community he was killing in. He was the man who knew your name and your order and waved at you from his van on Military Road. The profile was wrong in almost every respect. The age was wrong by 2 decades. The social profile, the presentation were all wrong. The one thing it got right was the family upheaval, and that was the part that pointed toward the truth. Glover's mother-in-law, a woman named Essie, had died. Psychiatric testimony at Glover's eventual trial would suggest that her death, and the unresolved hatred he carried toward her, had been a trigger for the killings. But in 1989, with a profile pointing toward a young, isolated outsider, that connection was not yet visible. Just to be clear, the failure of that profile is not the failure of the detectives who used it. Criminal profiling in 1989 was a methodology in its infancy, making promises it could not yet keep, and the investigators who built their search on it were working with the best tools they had been given. The failure belongs to the tool, not the hands that held it. But the tool was wrong, and the hands were pointing in the wrong direction. And while 70 officers built a picture of a young loner who did not exist, the Pine Man drove his route, living peacefully with his family. On the North Shore, the fear had become something physical. Elderly women who had walked these streets alone their entire adult lives were now waiting for someone to walk with them. Hardware stores were selling door chains. Security companies reported that the demand for home monitoring had never been higher. The suburb's certainty of safety had cracked. Up till January 1990, Glover is still on his route. He has grown, in the months since the task force was assembled, in a particular kind of confidence that is among the most dangerous things a violent man can develop. The confidence of a man who believes he has become invisible. He had watched the city fear him without knowing him. He had watched 70 officers search for a young loner while he smiled at them from his van. The profile had described a man who was nothing like him, and the investigation had accepted that description, and he had kept killing. That kind of invisibility, sustained over months, does something to a man like Glover. It stops feeling like luck. it starts feeling like he's in control. But in January of 1990, during a regular delivery run at a hospital in Greenwich, John Wayne Glover indecently assaulted an 82-year-old female patient. A nurse almost caught him. She arrived in time to see the aftermath, in time to see Glover, in time to take his license plate number as he left. The nursing staff who knew him from his regular deliveries identified his photograph without hesitation. A name was put to the plate. Police asked John Wayne Glover to attend an interview on January 13, 1990. But Glover didn't show up. Not because he had fled, not because he had been warned. He did not show up because somewhere between the assault and the interview date, John Wayne Glover had swallowed a large quantity of pills and attempted to take his own life. He was admitted to hospital, but was still alive. And on the letterhead of the 4 and 20 Pies Company, in the room where they found him, he had left a note. The intelligence connecting him to the Granny Killer investigation did not reach the task force until February 5th. That's 25 days. Joan Sinclair would be killed on March 19th. There is a specific quality to reading a confession that was not intended as one. John Wayne Glover did not write his suicide note in order to confess. He wrote it as a man who believed he was dying, in the private language of a man talking to himself. He wrote it on the letterhead of the 4 and 20 Pies Company, which may be the most banal detail in this entire case. The note said, "No more grannies." Essie started it. Essie was his mother-in-law. She had died in the period before the killings began. At his eventual trial, psychiatric testimony would describe a deep and pathological hatred Glover had carried toward the elderly women in his life. His own mother, his mother-in-law, a complex of unresolved fury that had calcified over decades into something the law would later be asked to name. Whether that testimony represents the truth of his psychology or the construction of a defense is a question this channel is not in the business of answering. What is in the record is the note, and the note said Essie started it, and that was enough. On February 5th, 1990, the information about Glover, the hospital identification, the license plate, the note, the name, reached the Granny Killer Task Force. The head of the task force would later say, if Glover had told them he didn't want to talk, they couldn't have proved a thing. The note was not a legal confession. The identification placed him in an assault, not at a murder. There was forensic evidence from Muriel Falconer's scene, but the full picture had not yet been assembled. At this time, they had a name, a direction, but they did not yet have what a court would require. And so they did the only thing they could do. They watched him. From February 5th onwards, John Wayne Glover was under surveillance. His movements were monitored. His route was followed. The task force that had spent months looking for a young loner had found a 57-year-old pie salesman instead, and they were watching him, building their case, and still were not yet close enough. Joan Sinclair was 60 years old. She was the youngest of the 6 women by a margin so significant it changes the shape of the case when you notice it. Gwendolyn Mitchell Hill was 82. Winifreda Ashton was 82. Margaret Pahud was 85. Olive Cleveland was 81. Muriel Falconer was 93. And then Joan Sinclair, 60 years old, living in Beauty Point on the North Shore with her particular life and her particular routines and a connection to John Wayne Glover that none of the other women had. He knew her, not in the way he knew the nurses of the nursing homes or the women he had watched on his delivery route. He knew Joan Sinclair. She was, by some accounts, a friend, the word used in the records of the case with all the ambiguity that attaches to it when the man described as a friend has spent 14 months killing elderly women in the suburb that surrounds them both. On the morning of March 19th, 1990, 2 detectives followed John Wayne Glover's car to Joan Sinclair's house in Beauty Point. They watched him park, then walk to the door. They saw the door open and close behind him. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The detectives held their position. The task force needed evidence that would hold in court. A man walking into a house where he was known was not, by itself, sufficient. They needed more. They needed to wait for what the law required before they could move. That is the gap this case lives in, the gap between knowing and proving, and what happens to the people who occupy that gap while the distance is being closed. The hours passed. The door did not open, and also no movement at the windows. The street stayed quiet the way Beauty Point had always been quiet. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 7 hours after Glover had walked through that door, the surveillance team made the decision, and 4 detectives enter the house. In the kitchen, blood. Near the back door, a hammer and a pool of the blood. They moved through the rooms. They found Joan Sinclair, who had been strangled. She was dead. They found John Wayne Glover in the bathtub. He had swallowed a bottle of Valium and slashed his wrists, but he was alive when they found him. He was arrested, charged, and convicted of 6 murders. Joan Sinclair died at 60. She knew the man who killed her. She had no reason to be afraid of him. 6 women are dead. The monster has been caught. The case is closed, in the legal sense of the word. But this channel, Shadow Verdict, does not close with the arrest. There are 3 things that went wrong. They are documented, not disputed, and they matter, not because anyone in this investigation was malicious or indifferent, but because systems fail in specific ways, and the specific ways this system failed cost lives that did not have to be lost. We name them here, not to condemn the individuals who worked the case. A 70-officer task force spent months searching for a man between 15 and 35, a loner, an outsider. The offender was 57, married, sociable, and employed in a role that gave him legitimate daily access to the victim's community. The profile was not merely incomplete. It was, in almost every measurable respect, wrong. That is not a criticism of the detectives who used it. It is a documented limitation of the profiling methodology as it existed in 1989, a methodology that was being sold to police forces as more precise than it was. The gap between what criminal profiling promised in that era and what it could actually deliver is the failure. The system offered a tool which was broken. John Wayne Glover was identified at Greenwich Hospital in January 1990. The staff knew his face. They had his license plate and gave his name to police. That information did not reach the Granny Killer Task Force until February 5th, 25 days. Joan Sinclair was killed on March 19th. What might have changed in those 25 days is a question the record cannot answer. Whether earlier intelligence would have led to earlier action, whether earlier action would have saved Joan Sinclair's life. Those are counterfactuals, and counterfactuals are not facts. What is a fact is the timeline. The information existed. It moved slowly, and the man it named kept moving. On March 19th, 1990, detectives watched John Wayne Glover enter Joan Sinclair's house at 10 o'clock in the morning. They waited 7 hours before they went in. The head of the task force has said, in his own words, that they had no evidence at that point that would have held in court. He's right. What they had was a name, a note, and a man walking into a house. Going in earlier would have risked the prosecution. Waiting gave them what they needed for a conviction. Those are real constraints, and they were operating under them in real time, with incomplete information and genuine pressure. But Joan Sinclair was dead before they went in. That is the tension this case asks us to hold. The gap between knowing and proving, and what lives in that gap. Not a failure of will, not a failure of courage. A structural gap in the law's own requirements. A gap that Joan Sinclair, 60 years old, in Beauty Point, fell into on a Tuesday morning in March while the men who were watching the door waited for what the court would need. That gap has a name. It is called the cost of evidence, and it is not unique to this case. John Wayne Glover was convicted of 6 murders in 1991. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. He died in prison in 2005 at the age of 72. The case generated significant reform in how New South Wales police handled serial offense investigations, in intelligence escalation, in the integration of task forces with hospital and care facility reporting, in the use and limits of psychological profiling. Those reforms mattered. They exist because 6 women died. Military Road still runs through Mossman the way it always has. Elderly women still walk to the shops in the morning because the North Shore is still the North Shore, and the suburb's memory is long, but its mornings are ordinary, and ordinary mornings are what the living do with their time. Somewhere on the North Shore right now, a van is making deliveries, a driver who knows the route, a face the community recognizes. The Mossman RSL still stands. The carpet has been replaced. The machines on the wall emit their steady, rhythmic sounds into the same afternoon light they always have. Their names were Gwendolyn Mitchell-Hill, 82, Winifreda Ashton, 82, Margaret Pahud, 85, Olive Cleveland, 81, Muriel Falconer, 93, and Joan Sinclair, 60 years old. The forgotten deserve to be remembered. If this case stayed with you, if those names stayed with you, subscribe. Turn the notification bell on. Every case we cover is a name that deserves to be more than a file number, and there are more names. This is Shadow Verdict. Stay safe and see you next time.